Welcome everyone to the AltVisions conference. As there are still people popping in, we will slowly get started. The mic is for the live stream. So, I just wanted to briefly tell you how we got here. As many of you do know, AltVisions started as a little project in our home. Because Tim and I were both critics of this ruthless individualism we see around us, yet in our pursuit of meaning, security, but also adventure, we were uprooted many times ourselves. So we decided to try and create a community around us. And in that we were also both inspired by our research in our respective ways. Tim's research with Christian and secular activists, my research with Muslims trying to reform themselves in India. And we felt inspired to, like them, search for a more solidary way of living and the art of life, as Aristotle would have it. So we wanted to build this community with people who were equally critical of the kind of alienation, excessive consumptionism, the exploitation we see around us, but also acknowledging that everyone might have different visions of the world as it should be and different ways of getting there. And in these discussion groups, we wanted to both performatively create the community, but also allow for these visions to be brought to the table, to discuss them, to see what kind of problems we face and what kind of solutions we can come up with. And one aspect of that would also be creativity, because I felt like creativity is one thing that in our modern lives has often become compartmentalized apart from our other forms of social life, and we wanted to bring that back into an integrated whole. So we started discussion evenings at our home, in our little fisherman's home in Stapling, where there was room for discussion, also room for sharing food, but also room for sharing creative artistic expression. So in the course of these events, we met Liliana, who contacted Tim, and said, Tim, can you help me with a project? He had a project on personal anxiety in the context of global physical events. So they collaborated on that project, and Liliana then also came to one of the AltVisions nights in our home, and she brought this big bowl of completely de-seeded pomegranate with small cups of clay to share around, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. So from there, this collaboration started actually, and after many months of having these discussion groups in our home, we wanted to take it to the next level, make it bigger, bolder, have more impact, and create a bigger collective. So here we are now in this gallery where many of us has been peeking through the windows and thinking that looks cool. They try to work on a better world too, and I've been looking at it from across the road where I was sat in my office. So we're really happy to be in this space, and I see many speakers and artists around me that show us that there is hope in the world, and challenge us in thinking about what art is. Iliada's artwork, artist Terrace, where she will say more about it, challenges like, okay, what's art and what can it do politically? So, giving the microphone to Tim on that.
Thank you. So what I wanted to do is kind of start the festival. First of all with a thank you, then with a proposal, and then with some humble requests. So the thank you is first of all just to everyone for being here and putting good faith in us. Many of you in here didn't know who we were before you decided to come, and nonetheless you decided. Hopefully the ideas, the names you saw inspired you in some way. And thank you in particular in the context of COVID-19 for showing up for us physically. And then of course thank you to everybody who is watching from the live stream. Thank you. Then the proposal. So this festival has three aims as we see it. The first is to build a shared vision that we can work on in the coming months and years together. The second, and in order to do that, is to try and build a consortium or collective of activists, scholars and practitioners who can work on that together. And the third then is sort of what inspired us in the first place, is these intersectoral, to be a bit pretentious, kind of cross-epistemological collaborations, whereby artists and activists and academics work together, acknowledge that they have different notions of truth which are equally valid, and try and come up with something creative. So the proposal then is, first of all, if there is anything that is not being covered here in your opinion, we have 6 sections on each of these pillars representing one of the panels. If something is said in one of those panels that you don't think, that you rather feel needs to be said, then please take a post-it from the floor there. Iliada wouldn't let us have a table for that. Please take a post-it from the floor and stick it in the appropriate section. If you think that you have a thought that's not being covered in any of the panels thematically, then we have these 2 blank pillars for you to write down an idea that you think ought to be discussed. Yeah, which Kathy is lovingly demonstrating now. Thank you.
Just on a post-it,
Yeah. So then the second proposal is that if you want to work on this together, come and join us in this collective. So you know the 3 of us now. Come to us at any point in the next 3 days and say, hey, I want to get more involved. What can I do? And I guess with each different person, the answer to that question will be different. We'll make it up as we go along. And the third proposal then is for you to try and speak to people who for you are the unusual suspects. Not just the people in your sector, not just the people sharing themes that interest you, but actually showing curiosity and trying to find out the different truths, the different visions, the different values of the other people in the room. So that's the proposal, and then I have to finish with a slightly complex set of requests that we have come up with strength. So, first of all, of course, you may have all noticed that I'm speaking English. Being truly English, I have to apologise for that to start with, but we've deemed it the most inclusive language to be speaking in, so I'm sorry to be imposing that on some of you. I've written here, which I hope isn't too offensive, that because of COVID-19 regulations, we're going to have to try and work in real time, by which I meant not usual academic time. I am one in particular who loves panels that drift on and go into directions that we haven't expected, but we simply can't afford to do that here. So we initially gave you, we suggested that you could speak for up to 15 minutes. That's still the case. We'd love it if you could keep it to 10. But when it gets to 15, it really will have to stop. Second, if you have a presentation that you haven't already sent to us, please come to me no later than 30 minutes before your panel, and I will get it up on the screen. Everyone, please try to be in your places as soon as possible. Again, I'm really sorry to hand out so many orders. The idea here is that so that people coming into the building can keep distance. Stronger told us that actually in that room, we shouldn't have more than sort of, 6 people at a time. That was their initial decision. We're not sure if we'll totally keep to that, but please try to keep that in mind. And then the slightly more complicated one, in order to try and be inclusive, we've had to let people sign up to individual panels. So if you have not signed up to the panel or event following the panel or event that you are currently in, when that panel or event is over, please do leave the building so that we can then let the next people in, because we actually can't allow them into the building until the others have left. So sorry about that. please do that. And finally then, in terms of lunches, we are going to ask people to have their lunch at their somewhat distant chair, and then place the plate under your chair, and we will come and collect it after that. Am I missing anything? Okay. So that's enough with the imposition of rules. Oh, one more. You will notice some beautiful arrows when you try to use the toilet. Please follow them, and that way you will go down one set of stairs and up another. And with that very boring, I apologise, interlude, what I would like to do now is hand you over to Iliana. You'll have noticed you are not sitting in a regular space right now. The set of chairs you're in are Iliana's artistic intervention and contribution, and she is now going to explain that to you.
Hello, thank you all for coming, and thank you Strong and NES and the NWA that made this event possible. Well, I would like to kick off the activities of these next 3 days by proposing several questions, some of which we might be able to answer by the end, some of which perhaps remain rhetorical. But I think it would be constructive for us to embark on this 3-day journey armed with some questions and ideas. And with that, I also kind of open up the first panel of our festival, the alternative forms of democracy. So maybe it is an oversimplified thought, but what if we reimagine how our democracy functions, or the way we would like our democracy to function? We have the government body with its representatives, its ministers, each responsible for different ministries or topics and sectors that comprise our society. Ministry of Health, of Agriculture, of Economics, of Defense, and so on. What if we see each of our panels in this event as the ministries of the future? They each discuss the different topics and approaches that the AltVisions seek to explore, like democracy, economy, ecology, culture, the commons, and reciprocity. With this thought, it seems to me that we have the perfect opportunity for an exercise in how our local governance can function. The alternative vision that I would like to propose for our festival here is an enactment of how our democracy could be, an exploration of democracy's potential, if you like. I don't mean to gloss over the complexities of the topic, which is why I would like to label the coming events of the next 3 days as an experiment to be proven or disproven by all of us. What if, and this is perhaps a radical thought, our ministers could actually explain and discuss their ideas, their political visions? What if our local decision makers sat on the very same level as our audiences, our citizens? Around them, all the citizens could sit in concentric circles, which expand and expand to fill the room, and include, in this case, the artworks as, let's imagine, the representatives of the non-human beings that we share our world with. As a side note, I would like to ask, is this format perhaps testing the egalitarian limits of democracy? Once you're sitting further from the inner circle, does it become more difficult to listen and participate in the conversation? However, my attempt here is to position the seats in such a way as to ensure everybody is able to face and see the center where the ministers are sitting. Through this layout, I am to ask how would our democracy look like if our politicians were not on a stage, but rather sat on chairs that were rooted to the ground, just like ours. With this thought in mind, let's assume that our present proposition for the format of democracy is a decent solution to our spatial puzzle for democratic communication and thought exchange. And let's now imagine an even more radical thought, that if we could communicate on a more personal level with the decision-making process, what if we could participate in it? Our exercise here proposes that after the ideas and visions are spoken out, the interested citizens could enter each ministry building and speak, pose questions, thoughts, opinions, and ideas in relation to the proposed political vision. And then, of course, every citizen is free to choose when to enter or leave a discussion, exchange seats with someone that wants to participate, or simply take their own chair and go to a particular ministry house and cause that house, that circle, to expand and make space for them naturally. Could our political system ever function in this more personal humanitarian manner? Could we intimately together reflect on our future visions through this format of, I dare say, participatory or direct democracy on a more intimate setting? Hence, here I propose two formats for the duration of the festival. Through indications on the floor that you see with the yellow tapes, we can continuously change our collective body to the format appropriate for presentations and for dialogues. The presentations for the visions, for me, require a particular format and special attention, while dialogues and participation demand a different setting in order to be more inclusive, to feel comfortable enough, to feel local enough, for all of us, even the most shy and vulnerable amongst us, to share, speak, and exchange. Thank you. So.
Good morning, all. Good morning. Thank you. Yes, thank you. My name is Celine, and I will be your moderator for today. I love to be in The Hague, but the traffic was like not so good. But I am here, so that's good. This is actually the second time I was in The Hague this week, because there was this September rebellion at the parliament. Does anybody know about this? Yes? And I was one of the speakers. So I won't be a rebellion today. So today I will be like more civilized. But it's good to be here, because I think The Hague is sometimes, it has this flavor of being rebellious and at the same time being creative. And also like the innovative part, international vibe. So I thank you for being here. We are here for the alternative forms of democracy. So this is part of the AltVisions. I heard a lot of this already yet. So it's a festival of human artwork and ideas. So thank you so much for sharing your ideas and also very relevant questions. So let's keep that in mind. First, I want to know, who are you? So let's just have a short chat. Who loves ice cream? Raise your hands. Who loves ice cream? Who loves rain? I mean, it's rainy, so I do love the rain, so that's for sure. So is there anyone who is missing the sun? Yes, we all do. So let's try to create the vibe of the sun today. Like, it's in our hearts, and I know it's lacking. I know we are here in the Netherlands, so the autumn is coming. But let's keep this shining part into ourselves today, and I'm for sure it will be a lovely day. So let's talk then about the urgency for a new, different future. We're talking about that, we're thinking about that, we're sharing our ideas maybe in our families, maybe with friends, but today we're doing this here. So I just spoke to Fernanda yesterday, and we were also talking about the many uprising, the revolution that is coming. It's always the youth, it's always the students, or sometimes it's the workers that really are doing like the action. So it's nice, because when I was at college, there was not so much of an uprising. I thought it was actually a boring time to be a student, because not so many people were like having this movement, the Black Lives Matter movement of the Extinction Rebellion. It just wasn't there. So it's now actually maybe the time to learn of this, like to learn of the movements, and maybe it's time to share also like maybe our visions for things to come. So AltVisions is a 3-day festival, and it brings together scholars, artists, practitioners, social entrepreneurs, and we are here to create this platform. So let's do this, and I hope I won't be talking a lot, because I am here to listen to the speakers, the panelists, which I'm about to present. But let's just first have a short view about the goal of the panel. So the goal of the panel is to explore the visions. We are here together. So we might have the possibility to inform like maybe new democratic actions or new initiative to learn about. So we are going to ask questions about the practices, but also about the pitfalls. Maybe we have to share the challenges together. But also, let's celebrate successes, because it's also very important to just have this moment for the milestones. I think it's also important to explore why we want to reform our current democracy. So why is this? And why through community building? So there are very relevant questions we are here today to explore. And we have so many questions for the panelists, for the speakers. So let's just have now a moment for the structure of today. Every speaker has a pitch. So 10 minutes of speaking. So we're going to learn and to listen. And after that, we have this interaction between the panelists and also between the audience, so between you. So it's a safe space. Please do share your questions. I think it's for us to learn and to listen, so very nice. And after that, we have this online audience, because some people are just not here. So we really love to include them as well. And after that, we have this roundup. So let's start with the pitches. Wendy, it's you. Wendy Harcourt, do I say it correctly? Yes, okay. She's a professor of the Gender, Diversity and Sustainable Development at the International Institute of the Social Studies of the Erasmus University in The Hague. And before this, she was working for 23 years at the Society for International Development, Rome, as an editor of the Journal Development and director of the programs. She has edited 10 books, and her monograph, Body, Politics in Development, Critical Debates in Gender and Development, received the 2010 Feminist Women's Studies Association Book Prize. She's also a member of the International Governing Council of the Society for International Development, as well actively involved in gender and development journal boards and civil society network. She's either a coordinator or a chair for several networks and groups, and the title of her pitch today is Re-envisioning the Future, Learning from Feminist Political Ecology and Feminist Degrowth. So please give it up for Wendy.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks very much, AltVision and everybody for being here. And it's exciting to know I'm going to give a pitch. I didn't envisage it that way, so let's see if I can pitch something. It's a great introduction, but I'm really here speaking as a feminist political ecologist and a degrowther, and I would say a scholar activist. That would be how I position myself, because I think at the moment we're really at an important time where we really have to work to re-envisage our lives together. I think this pandemic for all of us has really opened up both a rupture for our lives and an opening for what I would call re-worlding. And there's just no possibility of going back to the normal, basically because normal was the problem, right? I hope we're all on the same wavelength in that sense. I'm speaking as a feminist political ecologist and degrowther because I really think we need to be involved in conversations for radical change, because we need to form very different forms of communities that are caring, that are really working toward justice, sustainability, and conviviality. So what I wanted to do in this pitch is to say why I think feminist political ecology is important and why I think the line inequality and differentiate access and control of resources through multiple forms of social difference such as gender, class, ethnicity, ability, age, sexuality, and nation. So I just wanted to put that up there because for me those are key issues that really are about very complex relationships between society and nature. And we need to understand those complex relationships in order to really bring about the social and ecological change that we need. And what's very important, it's not just through theory or through big names or big words, is actually by paying attention to the everyday practices so we can see how we are interrelated both in terms of our gender relations, our sexualities, our environments, and our color, our race, and of course privilege and class. So feminist political ecology is trying to bring all of those things together. Degrowth, which I hope some of you are involved in here, is an umbrella term for really looking at doing economies otherwise, and it's trying to oh, sorry, next slide. Also, there's a definition there. Oh, great, thank you. And it's basically asking us to stop focusing on growth and accumulation, but rather to look at care, well-being, conviviality, solidarity, provisioning economies, commons and commoning. So very much along the lines of what AltVision is talking about. But basically it's looking at human flourishing. How do we achieve that? And how do we do that through very different forms of democratic decision making? There are degrowthers here in Europe, and they're very much linked to decolonial approaches in the global south. I won't speak about decolonial approaches here, but for me, these are conversations that are happening together in interesting ways. So my pitch is that both feminist political ecology and degrowth offer tools to understand better how power operates, because that's really the thing we're trying to get. How can we change power from the ground up? And I think what's important about both approaches is that they're seeing how power can move. We move power as we work collectively for humanity and for nature. And that's a very important, very different way of thinking how do we organize democracies, by bringing together the web of relations of people and of nature as an integral part of the ways in which we're going to survive. So, still on my pitch, I'm going to then explain a little bit how both of them look at democracy. And I'm going to do that from two practices. It's fine, Tim, you can leave the next one. From two sets of practices that I'm involved in, sets of conversations. So feminist political ecology sees citizenship, this is very important, not as one identity, but rather as a plural identity with collective identities. And these are determined by our bodies, our embodied ways of living, our history, and the places where we are. And in that sense, it's interested in collective governance and how to use governance to change resources across scales, from the ways in which we are living in our bodies, living in our homes, living in our communities, living in the public spaces where we are. And in that sense, it's interested in nurturing these sorts of lives in common. So we don't see those things as separate, but as something that are together and very much about human connections. So in that sense, feminist political ecology is looking at commoning as a very important way of how to re-envisage the ways in which we live in democracies. But what I'd emphasize here is the idea of plurality, that we are not just one thing. We can't just reduce our sense of citizenship to one identity, i.e. nationhood, but we have to see how we are belonging in many different ways, in many embodied ways, to different sets of peoples, different sets of natures. And in that sense, it's a way to resist the idea that there are people who are marginal to democracies, that we're all interlinked, that we're working together, so that it stops the erasures of black, female, queer, economically poor, and differently disabled lives in our democratic thinking. And in that sense, it's really trying to build from all those plural locations, those different bodies, those different places, ways to understand how we can build the web of relations together. So where I'm exploring this is in a European Union, I have to say all these things, European Union funded group called Wellbeing, Ecology, Gender and Community. It's a scholar activist network. It's working in Europe. It's also working with people in different parts of the world. But it's very much trying to think through different forms of democracy from everyday practices of social difference, looking at how people work differently with environment and across scales. And its core themes are many of the things that you'll be talking about here, we'll be talking about here, extractivism, commoning, care, communities, etc. So the next slide. Just an example, which you can't see terribly well there, never mind, is that we're trying to use art in also trying to think through different ways of working together. So an art exhibition that was done by some of the students who are involved in WeGo is Extracting Us, Looking Differently, Feminism, Politics and Coal Extraction. And that was done with a gallery in Brighton in the UK. And it looked at the political ecologies of extractivism across different geographical contexts in Indonesia, also in England as well. And it basically was also looking at the impact also of the public health crisis of COVID. And the idea there was to really challenge the audiences to make connections between extractivism on people, on the environment, and also how we can push back to extractivism in relation to thinking of different ways of agency and care. It involved local artists, and it also involved people working through acts of solidarity. Okay, so the next slide. I'm aware of the time.
Oh, it's okay.
It's okay?
It's still okay.
I'm still good? Okay, so another group of people with whom I'm having interesting conversations that are really trying to look at different forms of democracy is the degrowth movement. And we're currently working towards the 8th International Degrowth Conference, which we call Caring Communities for Radical Degrowth. And that will be in The Hague from the 24th to 28th of August. And obviously you're all invited, and I really appreciate the way that AltVisions was saying, let's form a platform, and how do we work together in these different ways in The Hague. And it would be great to really, I'm looking around to see, well, Tim's over there, but the others, okay, there's Fernanda, how to actually think this through together, because this is, I think, also an exciting occasion. But where I'm going to speak from here is as a degrowth feminist, because I think that's also a part of these conversations. So degrowth feminists are really looking at how to use this pandemic again to build very different understandings of economics and social organizations of labor and care work in particular. So it's thinking about this moment, the COVID moment, as trying to build ways to open up challenges to patriarchal, heteronormative, and capitalist principles. And that means really focusing on the reproductive economy rather than the production of things. And so to look at how you can provision life and meet communities' needs. That's not romanticizing the idea of reproduction or forgetting the racial and gendered impacts of any form of economic transformation. 1 minute, great. Yeah. So at the heart of this is the need to really center care for nature in our communities, and also social solidarity. And in this sense, I'd invite you to think along with degrowth, in the sense that it's really trying to think through a very different way of working together through communities, but through ideas of socialization for healthcare, decommoditization of food, housing, medicine, education, and other basic services. A very profoundly different way of thinking about how we can work together in democracies. So just to conclude, I think the pandemic, the lives we're living now, really shows that we have to transform economies, and we have to do that in the face of growing climate environmental crises. But what's important is we put at the center the care for humans and environment. And this means a whole range of redistribution of resources, but it also means, and this is something I think we need to talk about much more, the need to include racial justice to make up for centuries of violence and theft through coloniality. And I think for me, I hope that this conference will find that platform that will allow us to think through differently about our economies, about our societies, and most of all from a polarity of ideas, which helps us to move towards an egalitarian, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you.
Well, that's a start. Thank you so much. We go right to Jay Navarro Oviedo. I think that's you. Jay is a Dutch-Colombian urbanist. He's a community builder and a frontrunner in the social avant-garde movement. So Jay works on the crossroads of communication, sustainability, and participation, and employing various social innovation techniques like transitional management, asset-based community development, and pentahelix stakeholders management. And with his entrepreneurial mindset, he has this spirit, he has founded initiatives like The Hague in Transition. It's a grassroots movement, and he's an incubator for social innovation, Festival Het Circus, and also Just Common People, that's a social design agency. So he has recently worked with the city of The Hague on policy recommendations for the circular economy and on numerous placemaking and community development projects. So currently, Jay also represents the city of The Hague in the urban agenda for the EU Partnership Circular Economy, where he is the action leader for the collaborative economy action. And today, he will talk about his innovative ideas he always brings to the table. So I'm very curious and happy to have him on board today. So let's give it up for Jay.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to skip my introduction. First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. Today I want to take you on a bit of a time travel. I'm Colombian, so I'm not strange to the magical realism, but I'm also a big proponent of not falling for the trap of realism. So let's do a magical realist tour. So do you remember what happened on May 15th, 2011? No? How many of you have been to Barcelona? Yeah? Do you recognize this place? How many of you are from Spain? ¿No conoces? Yeah. So this Plaza Catalunya is the main square in Barcelona, and on that date, this happened. Do you know now what it is?
It's M15, right?
Yeah, Acampada, La Acampada. And at that point, the square of Plaza Catalunya was occupied. And not only in Barcelona, but all around the world, there was this big occupation movement. Do you remember what it was called?
Occupy.
Yeah, well, what happened to Occupy? What happened to that movement? See, it was really interesting because no one was expecting this. It was a global movement, a global resistance movement. But what happened to it? Where is it now? Right? So it was really nice, actually. It was also a big party there. Like, people were, they made tree houses. I was living in Barcelona at that time. So they made tree houses and like bridges from tree house to tree house. And it was amazing, that movement, that momentum. It was like, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Right? But where's that moment now? What happened? And what is happening now is like, is this the moment we are waiting for? And where will we be in 9 years? This is 2011, this 9 years ago. We could have achieved so much if we would have kept that momentum. I was really inspired by the transition movement. Google them, transition towns, really interesting, global grassroots movement. While people were discussing, while people were talking, you know, Occupy, how it went. Everyone was talking, everyone was discussing, and everyone had a different view. These people, they said, okay, while you're talking, we're going to make gardens and we're going to grow food to feed you. I was really inspired by them, and then when I came back to The Hague, I thought, okay, where's Transition Towns The Hague? It wasn't there, and then with a group of people, we set up The Hague in Transition. Check them out on Facebook, Den Haag in Transitie. Because they, on The Hague in Transition Facebook, you'll see the transition movement in The Hague, which is not a particular initiative, but it's the movement that we're part of, this movement that is a global zeitgeist almost. And it was not only out there, we were also in offices, and there were artists, and people were in this momentum of change. They were all envisioning this new world, this ideal utopia, if you like. But again, what happened? Why are we still not 9 years later in this utopian world? Where are we now? Where we're here, still, 9 years later, what has changed? Where are all these people that were fighting for this change? Where are we going to be in 9 years, 10 years, 20 years? Well, are we still going to be here? Are these still going to be the people that lead us? Are these going to be the people that maintain this system? Because they profit from this system. and us working for them in which way soever. With each euro that you spend, you're working for them. Just mind you, every time that you go to the supermarket, every time that you buy anything, online, offline, everything that you consume, you're actually supporting this system. So next time, think about that. If this is the system you want to support, or if this is the system you want to support. So democracy, we can put it outside of ourselves, but we create the world every single day. We create the world every single breath that we take. Every single euro that you spend, you vote. So think about what you're going to vote for next time. Okay, let's travel back in time, way back in time. Let's make a quick run through history. Are you familiar with the concept zeitgeist? Zeitgeist, yeah? I see people nod. What is zeitgeist?
I just know a documentary called Zeitgeist.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not the zeitgeist.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I'm talking about the spirit of the age. Who, I saw you nod.
The cultural movement of the time.
Yeah. So we've been through different zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist and they change.
Yeah.
As generations move it and other people that support one thing or the other.
Yeah, and zeitgeist is created through art. It's the music that we listen to, it's the clothes that we wear, it's the food that we eat, it's the way we move, everything. Everything is zeitgeist, the architecture. So we can see, like, I especially like Prague, where you look at this side, and there's one zeitgeist, and then there's another zeitgeist, and you're like almost in a schizophrenic place with all these different zeitgeists. Today I was reading about ableism, and actually schizophrenic is not a good word to use. But then read about ableism, it's really interesting. So zeitgeist, yeah. Which zeitgeist are we in now? Are we in limbo? Yeah, where are we? Which zeitgeist are we in?
The outgrowth of colonial capitalism that intersects with climate catastrophe and the resurgence of fascism and authoritarianism across the world.
Wow!
Okay, I just want one word. So,
I would go for fascism. It goes for one word.
sorry again.
I would go for fascism.
Fascism,
It goes for
yeah.
one word.
Well, I think many thought that we were in postmodernism, or we know that we're not really in postmodernism. But then where are it was and postmodernism was like, this is the summum bonum. This is where we are. Deal with it. Be part of it. There's no truth. Stop believing in an absolute truth. All these great narratives. No, it's just very nihilistic almost. But I would like to take you now to the present day. And again, I like magical realism. And again, why is this not reality? You know the concept of intersectionality? Yeah. And so it's about identity and how identity is created in different ways, and we fall for the trap of identity politics, where I'm a vegan, or I'm a feminist, or I'm whatever, anti-colonial. But it's all part of one movement. It's all part of the same movement. So let's step beyond this identity. And I really liked your presentation, Wendy, where it also tackles on that. And again, read about ableism. It's something that we don't realize how, we talk about white privilege, which again, like, I feel bad that I'm taking the spot of someone not white, but that's a whole different discussion, or someone that's not able. But ableism is a thing. It's people that are not as privileged as us, or as far as that can be seen. But also speciesism. Why are we as humans more than animals? Why do we subject animals, and why are they for our, we're animals as well, but we call them animals. It's also this thing about nature. We talk about nature, but we forget that we are nature. So I want to take you beyond postmodernity. Some people call it transmodernism. Some people have already defined the zeitgeist as transmodern. Yes, almost there. As transmodernism, and also read up on that, transmodernism. But it implies that we're in a transitional stage. And I would say no. Let's define the zeitgeist. Let's give it a name. Let's reconcile. Like Renaissance, the Renaissance, let's call it the reconciliation. Reconcile with ourselves. Reconcile with each other. Reconcile with nature. Or let's regenerate nature. Let's see, so I don't care what name you give to it, as long as we give it a name and live it. And do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so nice to have someone here with also like a more holistic vision, and you include animals, which I very much like, because sometimes we miss that point of not including animals. So I really love talking with you, but let's start with Ellie, because Ellie is also here. That's you? Okay, so nice having you here. Ellie is a stadsmaker. I'm not sure how you translate it into English. City maker, is that? Yeah, city maker. So she's a stadsmaker, city maker in The Hague. She's advisor, inclusive, sustainable development in the Netherlands. And she has also worked in West African countries. So not only she's very practical, which I very much like, but also a thinker and capable of working in various complex settings. So key for her is local ownership in dialogue and collaboration with local communities. She loves working with stakeholders, and also it's always for the resilient communities. So one of the other preconditions of her is mutual trust, which I also very much like, because that's the basic of relationship in the first place. So local communities play a major role in the solutions for the questions of today, the challenges of today. And for example, climate change, energy transition, biodiversity, or circular economy. So she also works as an advisor for urban development in West African countries. She has worked for more than 15 years for Cordate. Currently she works together with the coöperatieve. Now I'm doing English, Spanish, Dutch all together. So samenleving. She's a member of the Natuurlijke Stad. And she's the coordinator of the Wetenschapshub, the science hub of the Vereniging Economy of the Common Good in the Netherlands, ECG. Yes. So today we are not going to listen to your experience in West Africa, which is for the next time, hopefully, because she will take us on a journey to Wijk 25, Neighborhood 25. That's a neighborhood in The Hague. So, Ellie, please, go for it.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you for the introduction. I'm indeed a political scientist, and then my focus is on understanding local communities from a global in the global context, basically, because the global is entering our everyday life. But I'm also a practitioner. I will not repeat, but I'm now living in The Hague, in a neighborhood at the outskirts, and which is called Mariehoeve and Marlot, which is the neighborhood 25. And that is a focus neighborhood for the Hague municipality for the energy transition. Now, the energy transition is basically responding to climate change. So therefore, we have to kind of, and we are, put in the front. So I thought, I now have to step up as a citizen, not as a scientist or not as a kind of facilitator, project manager, but I'm a citizen. And that's basically what I would like to explain to you, what we are basically doing in The Hague. And the idea is change the world, start with yourself. So that's what we're now doing. But indeed, I take with me all the experience and understanding from former experiences. Okay. The question of today was taking back control. And I'll first take you through the theoretical idea, and then I go the next slide to the practice. So now, currently, in my view, I try to summarize it. The representative democracy, that is what we are living, is basically a competition between package deals. Of every political party has a package deal, you know, if you choose me, then, you know, the whole package deal. It's based on ideology and leads basically, if that is what you choose, then it is kind of cut into pieces, and if it comes down to daily reality in a neighborhood, it is a sectoral approach, and then as a citizen you have to kind of rush again all these sectoral whatevers in order to get your thing together, what you live in daily life. So that is kind of, you know, you have to do the package deal now. Participatory democracy is a different thing. I connect that with ecosystem-based governance. In the end, we have heard it already, we are dependent on our earth, on our kind of environment, and we are part of it. So if we understand ourselves as such, and basically, you know, the earth will survive us, but I don't know whether we will survive the earth. That's basically the order of things. So if that is the order of things, then you have that, to put that first. That's what we have to respect in the first place. You cannot go across all those limits. If the ecosystem is the reference, citizens determine by participatory democracy the values of an area, because if it is ecosystems-based governance, then you define an area. Then, and also if you put that in a legally binding, you know, set of values, that is where you start from, then you can start to negotiate between the citizens, well organized, and the government and companies to have an area arrangement. And that is basically leading. And if that is the case, well then, you know, I put it here together, trans-border ecosystem-based governance stabilizes the current system. Well, that is quite a thing to state. But the administration then only is there to support you as a society, as a local community, to facilitate, to come up and live up to these values that you determine together. And the state is still there. We're not going to kind of erase it, because it's a trios politica is extremely important. But now I go to the neighborhood. There have been these participatory trajectories, and basically in 2008 everybody participated, and 2019 we did it again. And it's basically about social cohesion, and especially it was exactly the same outcome of the process. But what have we lived in our neighborhood? I was not even there, but that's how I heard. I came in 2015. But what have we lived is, even though that ambition is there, we have lived that everybody, you know, the neighborhood is torn apart. That's what you live when you live in a kind of whatever, flat or... No. So how come that this is what you want together and it doesn't happen? So again, it aspires to cultural, inclusive, green, healthy, etc., but also a strong local economy. It's a different kind of economy. It's not the same thing. And we have challenges, energy transition, etc. You can see it here. I will explore only the energy transition as an example. So here you see social housing and a new neighborhood. And the energy transition is now there. And this fall, the municipality is going to make a decision about, the main lines of how the energy transition in The Hague is going to be organized. And that is a decision which will determine for the next 50 years, more or less, the route of how, we are organizing ourselves. So it's extremely important decision on which base, on which kind of values you're going to organize yourself and how we're going to work together. So if you can see here, there is a preferential scenario already presented for our neighborhood, but I can tell you that is a market-based scenario. And if that is the case, then, we are stuck for the energy transition for the next 50 years on a market-based logic. So what I'm asking is, I would like to have a social impact assessment on that and ask if that is the scenario, what then will be the effect of that scenario on social cohesion. And the social impact assessment, that is an existing instrument which is basically applied all over the world except in the Netherlands. It's not known. It's only once it is done. But there is a new law upcoming in 2022, and so everybody is preparing and living up, for that new law. And if you look under the official government site and then you look at participation, then you will find an instrument to implement that, and that's a social impact assessment. You can find it, but it's not applied in The Hague. So that's what I'm asking. And some questions, you can see it, will everybody have access to energy? Is it just energy transition? All that kind of questions you can kind of foresee through a social impact assessment. But I've also asked, and it's not me, I'm kind of an initiator of a area cooperative, which is basically the vehicle to organize the citizens in this neighborhood. So we, as an initiator, we would like to kind of take the initiative basically to have a alternative civic energy plan. And what is then the main objective of this whole plan? It is social cohesion. And then you have sub-objectives: climate neutral and climate justice, participatory approach, and strengthening local economy. We have also asked, and that is a possibility under the current policy, on an energy concession. Because as a neighborhood, you can own for 50% the energy production. Well, we have to have space in order to be able to explore that option and to organize ourselves, because you're not jumping just like that in such kind of exercises. But I'm just noticing it because I think you need it in order to position yourself, in order to change something in your neighborhood. So you need the feasibility studies and the 50% I've already mentioned. If you now look more at theory, what does it do? The current dynamic, I'm here referring to Mintzberg, which is a commoner, 1 minute I hear. It says, at the very moment, the power is with the private sector. They are lobbying the government, and they are basically together in public-private partnerships in order to, address the global goals within the market logic. Now, Einstein said already, if a certain logic leads to something, you cannot think in the same logic and then come to a solution. That's not possible. So this new dynamic then is organize the plural sector also in a legally binding way, which is possible in the upcoming law in the Netherlands, so that you can activate the government so that they make the right legal environment, and then you get it the other way around. And that's an amazing change of course. So the result then is not a rose garden, but you have contributed to the SDGs. You have really put something in practice for the EU Green Deal, who has the ambition leaving nobody behind. And you have a resilient third player in the game, which is the citizens and a sustainable future for the neighborhood. So then you can read up how that links up to our first, theoretical frame. And I can tell you, it is this very evening that I'm proposing that to the commission in the Hague municipality. So you can also follow that this evening live stream. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought already in my preparation that you have today also a very important evening. So if there's anything we can contribute to, we love to do that. So let's do this later. So thank you so much for your presence. We go to Jonas. Jonas Staal is a visual artist who deals with relations between art, propaganda, and democracy. He's the founder of the artistic and political organization New World Summit, 2012, and it's still ongoing. And the campaign New Unions, that started in 2016, is also ongoing. So with Bak, that's the basis for actuele kunst in Utrecht, he co-founded the New World Academy. And with Florian Malzacher, and he's currently directing the Utopian Training Camp, Training for the Future, that's also ongoing. And together with Laura Provost, he is the co-administrator of the Obscure Union. So Jonas has also a very interesting thing to do now, because he is together with lawyer Jan Verman, he initiated a collective action lawsuit to force legal recognition of Facebook as a public domain that should be under ownership and control of its users. So it's called Collectivize Facebook, and it invites the public to join the lawsuit, but also aims to mobilize the imagination when it comes to reclaiming and governing Facebook, as well as other multinational corporations as common ownership. So very interesting speaker as well, so please give it up for Jonas. Thank you.
See if I can take this out. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation. Do you mind if I stand up so I can also see behind me, because it feels a bit weird? Is it social distancing approved? Yes. No one is stopping me. Thank you, much appreciated. Hi everyone. Now I can actually see you. So. Thank you so much for the invitation and for the beautiful introduction. It's quite wonderful, I have to say, to be face to face with humans. I was a half a year in exile in Greece in the period of the pandemic, and I think this is the first time that I'm talking to actually materially present humans. It's
real life.
Yeah, I know that we have to move away from the human-centered perspective. I'm all with the degrowth paradigm, multi-species coalition, etc., but at this moment I'm just really happy to see humans. So, yes, wonderful if we can distribute those. I wanted to contribute to the question of the role of art in imagining alternative forms of democracy. Of course, Iliada already gave a beautiful introduction on this space where we are now, situated within an artwork in which artworks and humans are placed on similar pedestals of similar materiality, suggesting a possibility of equal or a reconfiguring of relationships between the human, non-human, other than human, whether this is object or animal or fungi or insect, etc., etc. And I wanted to build a little bit on this question of the role of art, of visual morphology in reimagining alternative forms of democracy. So what you see here are some images from an artistic and political organization that I founded in 2012, the New World Summit, that creates alternative parliaments for stateless and blacklisted political organizations. So when I say alternative parliaments, I mean these large-scale spatial, architectural, sculptural installations that use the parliamentary form, but that do not necessarily represent states, but people that have been deprived of their right to self-determination. So this is a project very much responding to the ongoing war on terror, in which terrorist blacklisting is used to exclude people from democratic representation, often very cynically, because many peoples on international blacklists think of the Kurds or the Tamils or the West Papuans are already stateless. So once you're placed on a terrorist blacklist, passport is revoked, bank accounts are frozen, travel ban is imposed. That means that you are declared stateless. You are placed outside of the system of state representation. But if you are already stateless and you're blacklisted, that's a double negation. It's the stateless that have been declared stateless. So we have tried to create these alternative parliaments to invite organizations that represent representatives of organizations that have been prosecuted in the war on terror, that have been denied their right to self-representation, and to explore, is it possible that between politicized citizens of countries that have waged the war on terror and the people against whom we have waged the war on terror, are there possibly more links, more ties, are there more commonalities between us than between us and the criminal states that claim to act in our name? So it's an attempt to think through the space of an alternative parliament, stateless parliament, a recomposition of who is us in this us versus them dichotomy that has been cultivated. It's like the main propaganda narrative of the ongoing war on terror. Here you see images from the latest chapter of the New World Summit. The versions before were temporary parliaments in theaters, public spaces, art institutions. This was a parliament that was commissioned by the autonomous government of Rojava, means west, refers to the western part of Kurdistan, in the northern part of Syria, West Kurdistan, North Syria. That was declared independent in 2012, and that commissioned me and my team to build an alternative parliament that would represent their idea of what they call a stateless democracy. A democracy without the state that would be based on local self-governance, gender equality, right to self-defense, social ecology, I think very much in resonance with what Wendy was talking about a moment earlier. So here we're talking literally about the role of art, architecture, design in creating alternative structures and models of democratic forms of assembly. But I think in the process of my work, I also realized that there's often a difficulty with my first initial response always to a crisis or issue or struggle that I'm involved with, often directly working together with social movements or political parties or unions and the like, is that we always move automatically to the alternative. So we reject an existing status quo. What is the alternative? What is the other space? And it takes a huge amount of effort every time to rethink infrastructures, rethink models, rethink. So parallel, and however important that is, I've been trying, in this case together with lawyer Jan Vermon, human rights lawyer Jan Vermon, to try to challenge also our ownership over existing infrastructures, and then specifically focusing on the so-called trillion-dollar company. So what I want to discuss with you now is the collectivized Facebook lawsuit that Jan and I initiated. We worked on the indictment that you hold, that was just distributed to you for about a year. It will be submitted to the United Nations Human Rights Court in Geneva in 2021. And we essentially argue against Facebook, but in the future also against other trillion-dollar companies, that Facebook, the model of Facebook, essentially infringes on our right to self-determination. And in what way? This is what the indictment tries to deconstruct. It employs us as unpaid data workers. Everyone that is registered in Facebook produces information. That information is sold to third parties. But we are not paid for that. It is their income model, but we're not paid for it. There's an element of forced labor to the point where Amnesty International has said Facebook today is inevitable. There's no way to go beyond it. It's like you need to go to the street, to use the street to go to work. You need to use Facebook to contact family, maintain precarious work, etc., etc. So even if you sign terms and agreement of Facebook, that is a false contract. It's a feudal, neo-feudal contract. You are unpaid workers. You have a right to be remunerated for your labor. That's one of the first arguments. But further, of course, we argue Facebook infringes on privacy, is implicated in surveillance capabilities, has advised directly to authoritarian regimes, destabilizes democratic elections, the Cambridge Analytica scandal being one of the most recent examples. All of these relate to our right to self-determination. What does the right to self-determination mean? In the UN Charter, it is articulated as a right to control our own resources. It's not just the right to have a state of one's own. It's a right of individuals and peoples to have control, to self-determine the purpose of their own resources. Data, information, is the new oil. We have a right to govern this resource ourselves. So what we propose through the indictment, 7.5 minutes, yeah. What we propose through the indictment is first, that Facebook should be recognized as a public domain. As a public domain. We all worked for it. We have a right to own it. We have a right to have a stake in it. But there's also many historic precedents of initiatives that start as private initiatives, but that become public. For example, garbage disposal system, the fire brigade, all started as private initiatives, until the point where we say, wait a second, our access to hygiene or our capability to survive a fire should not be dependent on how much money we have on the bank. 2008, we temporarily, unfortunately temporarily, nationalized the banks that were implicated in the criminal mortgage system schemes in the financial crisis. The Podemos government, a direct outcome of the M15 movement that was referenced earlier, temporarily nationalized private healthcare infrastructures in the period of the pandemic. So at crucial moments, we are capable of recognizing, wait a second, actually this belongs to our public domain. This impacts our health, our common good, to such an extent that we cannot allow it to be left into private hands. This is the argument we bring to Facebook. It also counts for Amazon, for Apple, for Monsanto, owned by Bayer, for Google, owned by Alphabet, and so on. But this is the first model lawsuit that we are engaged with. And as a consequence, what we're asking is not to nationalize Facebook. Probably a nationalized Facebook is just as disastrously dangerous. I mean, think of the Modi government, the Duterte government, the Erdogan government, the Trump government, the Bolsonaro government. Think of what Facebook would do if it would be national property. Potentially even worse, which is hard to imagine, potentially even worse than how it operates today. So what we are demanding is that if Facebook is a public domain, if it's recognized as a public domain by the UN Courts of Human Rights, the consequence should be that its ownership should be transferred to its 2.5 billion users. So we don't want to nationalize Facebook, we want to cooperatize Facebook, transform it into a new cooperative of 2.5 billion people under collective self-governance. And in my last 15 seconds, I would like to refer to the fact that you have the indictment in your hand. If you would agree to this argumentation, I want to invite you to join in this, let's say, collective democratic action on collectivize.org. You can sign the indictment as a co-claimant. So it's not a signature, you are a co-claimant. And in 2021, when we bring this indictment to the court, it will be with the thousands of people that are co-claimants together with us, because we will only be successful to collectivize, to make a case for collectivization if we are a collective. If it's just Jan and me, that doesn't mean shit. So you need to be a collective to collectivize. And I want to propose collectivization in that sense as a way to expand on our concept of democracy through concrete and shared ownership. Thank you.
Yes. I think we have just heard a lot of new ideas, great speeches. Also, I think food for thought. So here we are today. I would like to invite you to ask as many questions as you can do, because this is one of the moments we're still here. We are physically here. So we humans are doing nice things together now, not through Zoom, not through FaceTime or through any other technology things. So please, if there's any questions, we can't pass the microphone, so I need to repeat your question. But that's totally fine. I think we can do this in this small room. We have this nice vibe. So is there anyone who would like to have these questions? And also to you, panelists, you have been together. This is this circle. I can imagine you have also be inspired by one another. So please also, if you have a question for a co-panelist, please go ahead, because this is your moment. So this is like this is like the dialogue of the great minds. So let's start. And I'm here to repeat any questions. And let's just start. So is there anyone who would like to have this first question?
I would just like to say it's also possible to ask questions online. We are live stream on YouTube, so even for the people that are not here, they can also ask questions.
Yeah, that is after this. We have this 15 minutes of online questioning. So that's also very nice to have this also in our mind. People are watching us. So people are not here physically. So sorry, people who are not here today here, but we are here to welcome your questions as well. So let's just start. Who wants to start first? Is there anyone who was inspired by, I mean, I can start, for example. I mean, that's also a nice idea, because Jay, I saw you as a critical thinker, but also as someone who is really like trying to grab the future. And I'm indigenous, and we have this idea that when you want to change the future, you don't need to change it for your children, but you need to change it for their children and their children until the 7th generation after you. So when I ask you this question, like what if, because you were also inspired by the zeitgeist, what if you're thinking about the 7th generation after us? In what worlds would they be? Like what would the world be? Can you give like a short vision about that?
The other day I attended a meeting on queer nihilism, and they were challenging the reproductive futurism. So thinking about the future of our children, because in Western context it means white children. In Western context, when we talk about the future of the children, we mean white children. We don't talk about children in Africa. Or children in Latin America or in Asia. You know, it's Western European children. That, and it also takes away the responsibility of the here and now, because we're creating a better future. So I would opt for let's create a better now.
Started.
Yeah.
Like this intertwined idea. That's I think it starts here.
Yeah.
We are the ancestors of tomorrow.
Yeah.
We, as in now.
Yeah, and we're the children of the past.
Yes, we are. So that's so nice to have this triangle. I think it is like this like past, present, future, and it goes dynamic. So that's a very nice question and then a very good answer. Is there anyone who is? Yes, please go ahead. Yes, you with the purple.
Well, I also have a question to Jay, because you questioned where is this Occupy movement? Where has it gone? And I think it's gone, it's spread, and a lot of people are working from that feeling of wanting to have change. But it's a real question in the sense that we also need to have visual uproar of people saying this is not how we want our future to be. So what is your idea of getting that energy back and finding a way to keep it alive and getting it more practical, or really actually achieving the goals that we're aiming for?
Did everybody hear the question? So can you please repeat it one more time, because the last part was very much valid.
Okay, maybe I need one. So how can we get this Occupy movement that started in the 2011 to get it out there again? But how can we keep that energy and get it really transformed into reality and practice?
See, in the anti-racism movement, they always talk about doing the work. Do the work. Which means, like, you know, question yourself in your racist programming, you know, do the work inside. So I think vital is doing your personal work. See, when you talk about reconciliation, there's the reconciliation with nature, the reconciliation with other humans, but very vital in that process, also the reconciliation with yourself. So a big part of doing the work out there is doing the work in here. Because if we externalize all the work and we don't do the work inside, then it becomes like this.
We have 9 years to do that.
But maybe,
So I think we more or less should be there.
maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't.
Okay. But there is a next stage to that too, I would say.
You had a question, Wendy, and I need to repeat it, so I will repeat the question after you have raised your question.
Okay, I think what I wanted, I have a mic. So
Oh, that's so
probably
good.
okay.
Okay.
So this is a really interesting debate, and I don't think people disappeared at all. I don't agree. I think they went into very many different forms, this plural forms of organizing. And I think the fact that now with COVID so much came forward is because people were there and they were in their localities and then moved forward. And I have a question over here about, I think this is a brilliant idea, collectivized Facebook. It's very exciting. And it's partly, the question is, but we're in that system right now. And what you saw and what frightened me or bewildered me was that COVID, we immediately were in that system 100%. In order to do anything, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, whatever, everybody, suddenly Zoom became, it was a word I'd hardly heard, and now everybody says, oh yeah, I had a Zoom meeting, I did a Zoom on yoga. And this is, or whatever we did. That's my mother actually, who's like in her late 80s and is busy doing yoga on Zoom. But that's a kind of bizarre, unreal world, right? You said you believe in magical realism. I think we're in it. I think that I existed for months in a room going from screen to screen. Horrific. So how we can do this at this moment, I would really like to hear. You said before your word was fascism.
Your?
You said we're in, what is this?
Zeitgeist.
Was
Right.
fascism.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go there, but you obviously are trying to do something to break that dependence that we have for communication, for everything, through Facebook. I mean, it's a magical realism. Just your performance now of saying, oh, look, I'm with people, and you were going like this, because most of the time we're pushing buttons to go from screen to screen, right? So I just want your answer as an artist, but as obviously a political person, very engaged, from Berlin, I understood. I'm not sure where you're based, but...
In Rotterdam in Greece, but
Okay.
so the question is how in this present zeitgeist, how do we engage with these forms of collective action?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an excellent question. I think that what we saw in the period of the pandemic are many, let's say, parallel movements where there's one movement, for example, where trillion-dollar companies made the best quarter numbers in their history. Facebook, Amazon, which really shows that we're dealing with a form of economy, monopolized economy, in which our disaster is their capital. In a very similar way that the climate catastrophe for many from a libertarian and neoliberal point of view is not a problem, it's just a new resource for geoengineering, for floating islands, for colonizing Mars, for the 1%, etc., etc. So that shows this kind of perverse acceleration of that economy. Simultaneously, I think that there was also a kind of red virus circulating in the period of the pandemic, where I saw more reborn socialists than I ever saw in my life, who suddenly thought that yes, my access to universal healthcare, a basic income, well-paid care workers and cleaners were suddenly completely realistic and reasonable, even though the let's say neoliberal elite has told us for decades that it's not the case. So I think it's about, and that is of course what social movements and popular movements are always about, is building on momentum, not as an individual, but through various collective intersecting work, whether that is organizing on the square or whether that is cultural work, and the more these intersect, the better. And I think there it's also important to challenge a little bit this. I really appreciated I appreciate your speech, and also you're a great storyteller. But this emphasis on the individual, and the individual that has to solve him or herself, or the individual that has to start the change in the world, him or herself. I think first of all, it's a question if we even have the means to be that self-determined. Like you say, what you buy is a way of voting, but who has the money to vote green and ecological and to go to ecological supermarkets or whatever? And anyway, is buying into green capitalism, is that the way? And is it not a really fundamental problem to bring back these problems every time to individual responsibility instead of saying, no, this is about collective responsibilities, and it's about identifying forms of monopoly capitalism, oppressive forms of government that have taken our capability of self-organization? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
Can I react?
Yeah, of course, you can react, and then we go to you, so that's totally fine, but keep it short.
So it's not only about your individual work, but it's also your individual work in the interaction. If you create a movement, and we're all very, we all have baggage. We all are messed up some way or other, and we bring that baggage to the table in any collectivistic undertaking. I've seen it many times, movements, communities. We need to do our own personal work, which happens in the interaction, in the mirroring, but without doing that work, without having the transition of mindset, any external transition that we undertake will be tainted by that trauma that we have from the world as it is.
You had a question. Does it relate to this topic?
Yeah,
or
sure.
Can you,
No,
yeah?
just want to react.
Yeah, for sure. Please do.
Yeah, no. So I'm basically thrilled to be here in this setting. So because I think that if you say the Occupy movement withered away, now I agree that so many people have taken it internally and saw, what is my space of initiative that I can take? And I think that, that there are, the way of thinking over the last centuries basically have created institutions, political institutions, whatever, also social institutions that have kind of framed it this way, that your space of action has been shrinked and is shrinking every day and every day. And that, in order to get that over that, I think I would really relate to what you're saying. That what is the space that you have as an individual is so little. Is so little.
I remember also your notion on trust. I think many citizens don't trust the
no,
institutions
because you don't
anymore.
have that individual space to really act and interact with somebody else in a meaningful way. So you lose trust, and you lose trust in the system, you lose trust in the other, because you don't have that space. And if I see someone on the street I would like to help, I'm also putting my life in danger. What nonsense is this? And that is the system that we have created. So basically that's why I'm, as a political scientist, you think about political institutions in order to create a safe space in which you can kind of reach out to the other, and in which you can work together. And in order to, that's why I'm thrilled about today, because that's quite abstract and nobody understands, and you don't have trust because it's so big and all that kind of stuff. But we need the imagination and trust in order to start to think about that, and that is the artist can do it.
Yes.
Amazing.
Keep it, because there was another question. Can you still, I will repeat your question because you don't have a mic, so please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for a great panel. My question is about all of your engagements with micro-democracies. So you had your municipality experience in The Hague, and then there's the new parliament in West Kurdistan, and your experiences as well. What can the national level of democracy learn from those micro-forms?
Okay, I will first, what will the national democracy learn from the micro, like community, the democracy dynamics?
What are the things that you saw about the way that these localized parliaments and democracies work that can be scaled up to improve a national level democracy?
So it's more or less about the bottom-up local democracies. What can we give to the national, the bigger one?
Exactly.
Yes.
What can we learn from those that
Yes.
can be scaled up to improve and to strengthen?
Who wants to react to this question?
That's exactly what I'm proposing this evening, because I'm just saying that we have an extraordinary opportunity at this very moment in the Netherlands because of this upcoming environmental planning law. Because the law is not prescribing how participation should take, but it is describing that it should be participatory. Well, if we, as a citizen, are to participate, maybe we think about how we would like to participate and not ask and sit and wait until they, the institutions, prescribe for us how we can participate. We can define that. And that is the interesting part. And I showed that, it's coming just bottom up. And I think it's not a coincidence. Everybody wants to kind of reconnect everywhere in the world and to build your own community, because that is where you're attached to. But also in relation to the bigger part. So if you have the social cohesion in the neighborhood as a starting point, and you say, okay, but an ecosystem is basically without national borders. It is not defined by national borders. It is defined by the stream of a river, for example. So you can kind of extrapolate this to, for example, Switzerland to Rotterdam, because that is the River Rhine. And that is not for nothing. There is a Rhineland arrangement, because it's kind of thinking which is already deeply rooted. And if you go into, and that's where I've met in West Africa, you have the same kind of thinking. It's deeply rooted in traditional political institutions and also social institutions. And if you take that up and connect, wow, you can scale up to the world. And that's actually what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. There's another question from this side. So I will repeat your question, so please go ahead.
In all of this that we're talking about reimagining democracy and institutions, grassroots organizations, I'm not sure how to put the question, but speaking about hierarchy, like all of this involves some kind of hierarchical, like or does it have to involve some kind of hierarchical order, or that is usually connected to some kind of bureaucracy that makes everything slower and demotivates people? Because a lot of times when all of these alternatives are proposed, you can be trapped into thinking, oh yeah, but participatory democracy, like for the regular citizen can be, although that's not possible because it would take forever, decision, blah, blah, blah. So it's more a question about how, in imagining all these new realities, what do we do with hierarchy and with bureaucracy, basically? And it's more of an open question.
So I think I need to rephrase it like there are so many power dynamics, like the hierarchy structures we face when we want to reinvent, for example, the present. And I see it as the changing the pyramid upside down. How can we do this?
Well, but hierarchy is also like in the family structures,
Yeah.
in the company structures.
Everywhere.
We see like this hierarchy everywhere. So your question is like, how can we like
What do we do with that?
what do we do with this? So there is one Jay. He has this finger on. So please.
We've become so averse to the concept of hierarchy. We've been fed with this illusion of non-hierarchy within democracy, and we've been fed that democracy is the summum bonum and that there's nothing beyond democracy. Even like I would like to even challenge the title, like alternative forms of democracy. Why should it be an alternative form of democracy? Why is democracy the summum bonum? And everything that's not democracy, it's hierarchical and totalitarian. Whereas if you really look at democracy, how democratic is it? So coming back to your question about hierarchy, See, in nature, if you look at biomimicry, in nature you have, there's a natural system where everyone fulfills their role in a different way. You know, a tree, and if you also look at permaculture and social permaculture and all that, there's like different ecosystems. So it's looking beyond the whole man-made system. Let's look at ecosystems and how that interact. And then we won't even use the word hierarchical.
So
Food chain translated to human relationships. Because in an ecosystem you have animals eating other animals, but we don't want that in a human society.
That's true.
It's the question is if it's in harmony, because it's not about the individual anymore.
Yeah.
See, and we live about and I don't want to be eaten, you know, but I'm part of a bigger ecosystem, and being eaten, you know, we put a negative connotation to that.
yeah. Keep your question.
Because of our
That's
Western
related to
European
this
Yeah, it
context
relates. Okay.
of being exploited, because of our modernist, you know, idea of exploitation and alienation. But if there's no exploitation and alienation anymore, then we live in a different harmony.
I think that's very beautiful, but great storyteller, as you
Can you
said.
please put
No, but
more
I
in the
just
mic?
want to add into this conversation, because I think the idea of actually working, you said yourself, within families, within small communities, I think that's where we're learning how to move into a different understanding of how you make decisions, because that's in the end what we're talking about. And I think, like for example, the degrowth movement, a lot of time, and this goes, by the way, for decades. It's not that the degrowth movement suddenly appeared. It comes from consensus building, trying to think through how do you work in communities, how do you change the ways in which you relate, how do you listen attentively, and how do you see the connections. And I think that's what lots of local groups are doing. And how, to what Kathy was saying, I think that's where we can keep building and moving for that. But it does take work. It's much, much more work than sitting back relying on a bureaucracy and saying, oh, well, he or she or they are the boss, right? So I think that's about us committing to processes and being part of politics and being part of economies and societies. So I think your question is great, but it's also, as you said, it will be in the doing, but it's also in seeing the connections with others and listening to those connections, including other non-human others.
There was another question from that side. So does it relate to this topic, like the power dynamics?
Yes, I think.
I need to repeat your question, so please.
Well, I'm also very happy to be here, and I agree with you that this bring new relevance of the discourse and speaking with each other. I think it's more relevant than ever. I had a comment previously about the process that was shown in the screen, but then what we were discussing now about what you said about what is even the relevance of democracy, or like if it's if we idealize this idea of democracy. I think if we don't
I think I see a question. I see, so what if we don't have faith anymore in democracy? What's left? I mean, we're doing like step by step, and you say, okay, it lost momentum, but it's still there. So if we lose faith in democracy, what's left? Can anyone has something to say about this?
I think it also, to also link it back to your earlier question, I think it's also important to recognize that there's a conflict between different democracies in the plural. So if we're talking about the West Kurdistan model of democracy, stands in an absolute opposition to capitalist democracy and its reliance on nationalism, patriarchy, the capitalist model, its exploitative, extractive models themselves. So there's no way that the state would learn anything from that model. It's a fundamental conflict, it's a fundamental different worldviews. And the same counts, of course, for do we understand democracy in terms of that word participation often tends to be used in terms of more talking, more voting, more excessive unpaid work by citizens who already have a freaking hard time to maintain a precarious existence. I don't want to participate more. I want a basic income. I want equal access to housing. I want the end of student debt. I want a collective form of healthcare. Like that is, if we're talking about democracy, we're also talking about democratization. And I think Wendy mentioned like redistribution and also reparation. I think only comes from that approach, where we're really thinking about what is our stake in the means of production, in the means of production of a given society. Yeah, so I think I agree with you when you say like that word, it still stands for something. I totally agree with it, but I do think we have to be very precise about which democracy are we talking about, and are we talking about democratization, or are we talking about an excess of electoral participation on one hand, with an increasing less access to the actual material conditions that create the possibility of a livable life.
Thank you. So there was another question, because I think it's a nice interaction. So.
No, I fully subscribe to what you are saying. And basically, I can say it best in reimagining how collective decision-making is being organized in a different way by a metaphor. And I see it now that the state, through this mandate of representative democracy, is taking the role, even more in crisis time, as orchestrating. You know, you have this very big orchestra, and you have to. So look at the script of an orchestra. It's this big, and everybody has to do this and this, so that you have to. But what if we organize it differently, like a improvised music? Yeah. Then you have only one line, and basically everybody you still decide about which kind of line you are discussing together. Maybe that is the role of a state, but how we are doing it in the here and now, individually and collectively, we decide that together. And that you make it short and big and long and whatever. It's completely different. Yeah. That you have to imagine how we can organize that in the public space, and that is about collective decision making.
Is there anyone who wants to respond to this, Jay?
Yeah, I think it's very beautiful. Still, I would like to emphasize the doing the work, because not having guidelines and being messed up, you won't play that well in an orchestra.
No, I mean that it's what you said. It's work. It's, it's capacity. It's capability. Work as well. It is being capacity. That's why I'm saying we are in the neighborhood stepping up to a neighborhood cooperative, which is an instrument, and it's not necessarily unpaid work. That's exactly the whole point.
And we also have to deal with the power balance, what you were mentioning.
It is. They're all are working with the coöperatieve samenleving. That's not for nothing, because they are legalists, and they're kind of already preparing and setting the stage so that you are a recognized and entitled entity in this kind of new play. It's completely different, and so that's we have to figure out how this all works.
Someone wants to react to this topic.
Yeah, I actually wanted to react to what you said earlier. Your analogy with the score for the orchestra.
Yeah.
And you want to strip the score and make it.
Yeah.
So would that mean that you take away, what you're doing then is you're taking away a big part of the system and you're replacing that pretty much with, yeah, you're saying everybody should kind of figure it out for themselves, and so there should be empathy then, that's kind of the underlying thing that you want to bring about.
Now, I mean, it goes a little bit too far to kind of go completely in detail, but if you say, you know, what are the values of the neighborhood? I already identified one, which is the social cohesion. That is what we want to live up. We want to live up. This is a decision. And if that is the indicator, then what do we need in order to get there? And that is not the kind of type of the bureaucracy that we have now. We need a facilitating bureaucracy on that sense, and all kinds of institutions. But we also have to decide what then does it mean in our specific time and space.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to negotiate, and then you come to an arrangement. And how? So there's all kinds of steps in there. So that's a way of looking at it.
But it's still hard working. So it's
But
still
it's
still the
extremely hard working.
engagement.
You are not allowed as citizens anymore. You can do it, fine. But somebody else is going to do the work. And it needs also paid work. It's kind of a equally important actor in the playground as the government and as companies.
Before we round up to this session, we have this online audience. So let's find out what the question of the online audience would be. And after that, we have some time left for the last notes we're going to give one another. So let us find out of the online audience if there is anyone who has questions. I'm looking to someone. Are you had also?
I'm not online audience. Well, I would say, I mean, from my experience, I agree with you that a big part of the work is inner work. That we have to work on different terrains. We have to work inside ourselves and in the world. And of course, if you only work inside yourself, you may transcend something that the world won't notice. But a lot of very nice initiatives go wrong because of lack of inner work.
Yeah, what you're saying.
And that's how why most revolutions start very beautifully and somehow end up with a dictator.
Yes, because also once you are in charge, what are you going to do? Like with all the emotions, and I feel very much related to your last notion. So keep on that, keep holding it, because there's someone who wants to give us like the online audience.
There was a question from Mr. Jonathan asking, who inspires and challenges you in your life and practice?
Can you please speak a little bit up, because I can't hear it from here because of the...
Who inspires and challenges you in your life and practice, and how do you stay motivated during these difficult times and keep developing your socially engaged work when you encounter hurdles and friction?
So actually we're talking about role models, like personal role models. Yeah. So is there anyone who wants to give an answer? Who is your role? Who inspires you? Is it your mother? Is it your father? Is it someone who you don't know? Is someone who died? Che Guevara? Or is there anyone who inspired you? Please, who wants to say something about this?
I really don't think they're role models. I kind of object a bit to that term. I think there are people that I'm meeting and working with right now, collaborating and learning, including people in this room. And for me, it's important that we don't have role models. We get trapped into a particular normality that I think we have to get out of. So for me, it's the people that you connect with and collaborate with. These are the things I count on. These are the ways I survive. So you're in a circle,
actually, who you work with.
That's putting sort of a kind of order onto it. I would say randomly the people I meet who inspire me, including randomly in this room. And if I don't believe that, then I would give up. Because for me, maybe I think it's really important that we break down some sort of idea that there's a knowledge here or a person who really did it right. No, it's the connections you make. You said that. It's the relationships we have now.
Is there anyone who has like a different idea about someone who inspired you? Is it really someone, or is it an idea? Can anyone like answer this question? You are all allowed to answer the question to the online audience.
Well, the question was not who will inspire, but how do you keep...
Yeah.
Also, there was the second part of the question. Yeah, how do you keep it?
It's hard, I think, because a lot of us see things ahead that are quite harsh. So how can you keep up the spirit or the...
And how do you do that? What is your answer to that part of the question? How do you keep up?
I would say to do the practical work in your own capacities to contribute to that bigger idea that you might have, and find the positive in that. And then hopefully, if we all do that, it actually will change.
Okay, is there anyone who has another like adding to this question?
Yeah, for me, it's also the realization that Western European thought is just Western European thought. That there's much more than that. And also seeing the limitations and understanding that there is much more, there's been much more, and there will be much more.
Yes. Interesting question. Was there another question from the online audience? That was it. So that is also like a very nice question. So is there anyone who wants to continue with this question?
Yeah, maybe. I really feel with you, while I've been just stepping up in my own community by have a small eco zone, and then you meet basically the whole neighborhood, and that is so inspiring indeed. And in the end, you do it also. You start to get given and take.
Yeah.
And if you go there, that's where the energy starts to flow. It's kind of really energy management thing in that sense. But I had the same experience also in my work wherever, in even South Sudan or in Nigeria. It's the same thing. And we're still there in contact, and still I can keep immediately pick it up from that energy. I'm doing also my inner work in the sense that, you know, it's whatever you can do with Qigong, which is inner energy work, and you connect with the whole energy world. But here it is the same. It's so now we have another way of. But still, I have some people who are inspiring me. Continue to believe in themselves. So in the metaphor of music, it's Miles Davis. And if you can hear and see and look how we can listen to himself and listen to the other at the same time, and can facilitate with all his capacities, is just there to support the other. He doesn't listen to himself. And that is amazing. And that makes him big.
I think,
so that is inspiring to me.
I think I so much relate to what you said personally, because what I was saying, I'm always looking at the past, like about how to decolonize things, like how to view the past. And for example, I'm from the Mapuche community. We claim that we were one of the few communities who were able to defeat, or who were able to not being colonized by the Spanish people. So, and people are always viewing them the heroic male, like in the battlefield. Like those are the heroes, those are the ones that helped us not being colonized. But I was also thinking, but the heroes, the male heroes, they had women. And women, they were keep continuing the economy. They were raising kids. They were doing all these other activities which are not in the history books ever. They are not there. They are not representing the history. So you have this myth, and it's most of the time it's like a male-centered approach. about the hero. So you see now a kind of like also in the light of decolonization also more women warriors, but still not the regular woman who is doing laundry, for example. So it's interesting to find out also maybe for the future what is like the concept of role model. Does it hindering us to come up with new visions? I think it might be. It might be.
But is it, sorry if I can interrupt, this, I think very important what you were saying, but this this obsession with heroism, I very much believe in ancestors and examples and peoples and ideas that we work with intergenerationally, that don't disappear but that are still very much here, that are lived examples of what it means to resist and stand up to oppressive forms of oppression. So I very much believe in that kind of intergenerational dialogue without necessarily calling it heroic. But the way that, for example, we had the conversation now about M15 or the Occupy movement, how very often there are made references to the so-called Arab Spring, super problematic term for very different genealogies of protest, is also that this heroic gaze is used. Oh, there were people on the squares. Everyone was there. We were building huts and banners. And now they're gone. Where did they go? As if only the moment that we are appearing in this theatrical, performative form, there is change. I think that we have to look at this dialogically. Without Occupy, there would never have been a Bernie Sanders platform that would have put things like minimum wage, universal healthcare, etc., on the agenda. Without the M15 movement, there would not have been a Podemos that is now in government and that forced private healthcare to be nationalized, at least for the period of the pandemic. So these are inheritances directly from the dialogical movement between Square and forms of infrastructural power. So let's call them governments now. And I think it's very important to keep this in this dialogical movement. That is popular power.
Yeah.
Like what were we supposed to do when we were in Occupy? Stay on the squares for the next 12 months? What are we going to do there? As in, there has to be a translation towards reclaiming on a structural level the means with which we organize society, to enforce redistribution. And whatever you may find of a Bernie Sanders platform or that of the Podemos party, these are the outcomes, the possibilities. And they made a difference because those governments who did not have a Podemos in government in this past period of the pandemic, they know what disaster, what enforced precarity has taken place there. Devastating. Just like destruction, murder, essentially.
Yeah. About the movements and about the modern uprising, like how do we feel this in relation to COVID? I mean, do you feel a hesitation to go to the streets? I'm just curious to find out, like, does it hindering us? Because it is like also the health and taking care of elders, taking care of anybody, and still you need to go because you have this cause to protect. Does it hindering you to go on the streets, to be an activist? I'm just curious. Does anyone wants to reply? Yeah, maybe. For example,
I didn't go to the streets.
Yeah.
And I think I'm afraid of standing for something that will be hijacked by someone or by some movement. And I've had this fear. I think the first time I had this thought was when I saw Greta Thunberg 2 years ago, the anger she felt.
Yeah.
And I thought this anger is completely right. I mean, she has all the right arguments. It's directed towards the generations above us, above her. I'm part of that, we're part of that. And I thought then the next generation of populists, successful populists, will be the ones who can harvest this anger against the generations above them, above the young people who have all the right to be angry. It was just a thought that crossed my mind, and I see things like that happening now in the COVID. It's like all the things that are happening online now. I don't trust people for, and I will stand for that with a great group, a big group. And then someone out of that group will represent us.
Yeah.
And who will that someone be? What will he do with that?
So the distrust is not only towards institution, but also like within the movement. There is another question. Thank you so much. And it will be, we need to round up. So please, if you have a last note, please keep it real short because we are lacking time. So there was one lady there. Please, can you continue?
And part of that energy came directly from being in lockdown in the pandemic while at the same time being working. And all these contradictions that are there in society.
Nice, thank you. The last one, Jay.
Yeah, see, a few people have reacted to the presentation with the where did the M15 energy go? And I think that that moment that we had of global awareness withered. I mean, sure, of course, it brought something about, which is inevitable. But that moment that we had, and what we see now with Black Lives Matter, I wonder, you know, in what will happen now. Now, we were all like, yeah, Black Lives Matter. People were posting this, that. And now, a few months later, well, what's happening? And of course, it will have repercussion, but these moments of clarity, why can't we hold on to these moments of clarity? Yeah. Yeah, some of us, the fortunate ones.
Yeah.
No.
That's an interesting one, because I think when you have this idea of, there was this moment where everyone turned their Facebook profile picture into a black box, you remember? And there was someone who said, I'd rather see changing the black box into real life and check out your own working place. Where is the diversity? Where are the people who were excluded? Can you please change that rather than your black box? So that was a very harsh notion, but I think also relevant because online, social media is a very nice way to express yourself. But in real life, we have work to do. So what you were saying was also great and very much valid. It's hard working. And so I think to round up this, we can't, we don't need to lose it. And it's not lost. That is what you were saying. It's there. And we shouldn't be lose our faith in some concepts. Of course, we have this diversity in how we see the world, but don't lose it. That is what you were saying, and I very much like that. But on the other hand, the power dynamics and what you were saying, we need to work, and it would be great to really change the whole change the game of how we make music, because making music is something, but how we do it, that's really something we should really think about. But on the other hand, what you were saying is also very much I really try to remember it, because where are we now, and what is left of this movement? How can we keep it up? How can we do that? Because we have seen examples that it was lost somehow. You claim it was not, but I can relate to that argument. Like, all of a sudden, it was vanished somehow. Maybe into other networks, maybe the ideas were kept inside, but I think that's part of the work we should do, to keep it. I don't know how, but that's like how we need to end this session, to find out how we can hold on to.
Wendy, yeah, I know you want to say something. I really think that, let's not leave this saying it disappeared. It didn't. What I really feel I think what you said, there is performative moments which we can use, great, but there's the real work that's happening in between. And we need the energy from those moments, but that's what keeps us going. So for me, this AltVision Festival, fantastic. This was part of all of those conversations. So I would really, ask that we leave this session with some hope. Yes. I think this is great. I mean, sorry to pull it out, but this is challenging us completely.
Yeah.
This goes to the heart of what is social media, how is it controlling us, and how can we battle it? So
let us
this
read
was
this
exciting.
during our like evening sessions, reflecting of today. So thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for all your ideas. Thank you for your input, panelists. I really love it. Thank you for your first introduction. And also for your inputs. I really love being here, so hopefully we go home with some hope. That would be like one of the key, I would say, the key things to keep up. And I think it's time to finalize our workshop, so I will give the word to the organization. And applause for yourself and for the others.
So much, everyone, for that wonderful discussion. We are now We're now moving on to lunch. If you wouldn't mind staying in your seat for just another 30 seconds. The people who have prepared the lunch for us would like to come and explain the vision that they are putting into practice through their food. I just want to add to this, we were initially considering being very strict. If people could just try to respect one another's distance. This chair is about as close as you really should be to another human that you're not sharing a household with. Hopefully that's close enough to maintain a conversation. I'm not going to police you, but just please respect one another. And of course, if it's not raining, you can step outside where we can't police you at all. So there's a back door to the right, and you know where the front door is.
Okay. Is disinfected?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just give us 20 seconds for the technology sound. Did everyone have a good lunch? Yes. Lovely, wasn't it? Yes, we're live. We're live. Hello, everyone. Maybe the volume a bit down. Is this okay for everyone? Test, test. Yeah? All right, happy to see you all in this amazing space here at Stroom in Den Haag. Welcome back also our online viewers to this second session here at Alternative Visions for Society. My name is Dylan Ahern and I'll be moderating this second session on the Commons. But first I want to know you guys a bit better on what you guys maybe know a bit about the Commons. Has everyone heard of the Commons before they saw this in the program? Everyone. There's just one, two, three, a couple of hands who haven't heard from it. So there's a majority who has heard of it, who has some more extensive knowledge of it, who would be able to explain and how does it work and give us a few examples. I see one. No, there's no pointing there. Okay, so not too much. Is there anyone working inside some Commons organization or community? Or I know there's a few. Yes, of course, our speakers. There's a few. All right, that's very interesting. Well, today, in the coming 2 hours, we're going to learn a bit more about the theory and practice of the Commons and how the Commons could drive us to a more alternative society, more sustainable, inclusive society, where citizens can take more responsibility for themselves and their surroundings. I'll introduce 5 eminent speakers to you in a while, but first, so the questions that we'll try to answer is, how can the masses take back control of food production by removing land from market speculation or government-owned practices? How do commons work? And what is also the role of art and artists in driving this transition? As I said, we'll learn from theory and practice, and how we're going to do this, how the setup works, is that our speakers will first give a 10-minute talk about their ideas, about their work. Thereafter, I'll give just one or two, there is an opportunity for you to ask 1 or 2 questions before moving on to the next talk, and thereafter we'll open the floor for a broader discussion with you guys, and then the last 10 minutes are reserved for our online visitors, participants, to also ask their questions. And just a quick reminder later, as there is no microphone for you guys, I'm going to repeat every question so that also the online visitors and the rest in the room can hear you. So bear with me. But now, without further ado, I would like to give the floor, she's already sitting here, to Tine de Moor. She is a professor of social enterprises and institutions for collective action at the Erasmus University, and she'll give us some insights into the theory and history behind the Commons. Please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you for having me here. We can say a lot about the background of Commons, and I'm a historian, so I usually study about 1,000 years of history, and I only get 10 minutes, so it's not really fair, I should say, but I'm going to do my best to give you at least an idea of, well, some of the things we know about Commons. So let's start today. What you see on this picture is a spectrum, I would say, of different types of what I would call citizen collectivities. It's a broader term, just as institutional collective action. I will use all 3 terms in my talk, but I will also explain a bit more about what the commons in essence actually mean. But what you see here is an overview of a variety of types of citizen collectivities that have developed over the past 15-20 years in the Netherlands. On your left-hand side, you see all the care cooperatives that have grown very rapidly in the Netherlands, a huge development, in particular in the south of the Netherlands and also in north, where you see, especially in the less populated areas, a lot of care cooperatives rising. On the right-hand side, you see energy cooperatives. Also, many of them have developed over the past 20 years in Europe. Now, basically, they give you the two ends of a spectrum, whereby on the left-hand side, you see those collectivities that have emerged mainly because of a lack of market offer or government offer in specific, in this case, care. And so there's not really an offer to citizens to buy care or get care from the government. So they provide an alternative, as I say, out of misery, and there's no alternative. On the right-hand side, you see those collectivities that basically see an opportunity. Citizens see an opportunity to produce their own sustainable energy. They can get it through the market, but they prefer to do it themselves locally, and they have the technology to do so. And in between, you see a great variety, just like, for example, cooperatives that focus on food, whereby food that is grown sustainably is an option to get it through the market, but citizens do prefer to do it themselves. So a huge variety and motivation basically behind these collectivities. Now, we've seen this type of collectivities taking form in many cases as cooperatives over the past 20 years more or less, and particularly from the 2005 and beyond onwards, you see a huge rise in these types of cooperatives. And what is interesting here is that this is already before the big crisis, 2008, 2009. So the motivations here again are not necessarily a crisis, but what I would say is that there are sort of canaries in the coal mine saying that something might happen and we need to change. Interesting is also that they're not just cooperatives, but also, for example, mutuals that arise, but also different types of cooperatives are being invented. I'm not going to say too much about it, but for example, in the Netherlands, you see regional cooperatives developing. Within the whole movement, it's a citizen-driven movement, bottom-up, you see a lot of differences. I already said that there's a difference between doing it out of a lack of offer from the market or the government, or an opportunity. Some of the collectivities are also more risk avoidance, as they focus on avoiding risk. For example, the bread funds in the Netherlands, a sort of new mutual. Others are more resource oriented. They focus on creating collective resources, yeah? So in many cases, I saw the word collectivize appear, but in most cases actually, the collectivities in the Netherlands that we know today and elsewhere in Europe create a resource. They don't collectivize a resource, they create a resource, yeah? So there's many differences in the whole spectrum that we can see. Also how they get their capital, how they focus on the future, what kind of business model, etc. they propose. Now the term commons is of course used many times among these people who are working or setting up or studying these types of what I would call citizen collectivities. But basically, it's a sort of pars pro toto. It's one of the terms that you use to indicate a institution for collective action. I'm becoming a bit academic here. I'm a professor, so I can do that. But what is an institution for collective action? It's actually a combination of three things. It's not just about resources. It's not just about those citizens who engage in dealing those resources. And it's not just about how they do it. It's a combination of the three. Yeah. So keep that in mind. I'm going to say a bit more about that in a moment. So it's more than just the food you share. It's more than just the group you belong to. Now, why is there so much confusion about this term? Well, it's because it has a long history, and there have been a lot of opportunities to misuse the term, so to speak. And it goes back, of course, to the already medieval period. In the UK, they use the term commons, and anyone here from the UK will actually know that term. There's still a lot of rural commons around in the UK, which are used for recreation, but also for agriculture. But the use actually got consolidated in a specific term that most of us will also know. It's the tragedy of the commons. It's been coined that way by Garrett Hard in 1968. But with coining it, with connecting the term commons to his story about overpopulation, overuse of global resources, he actually abused the term a bit. Meaning, and the consequence of that is that some of us talk about different things. I could say a lot about that few pages article in which a lot went wrong, but it had a huge impact on how we think about commons, but also about how we think about population and its relation to resources. Now, later, in the 1990s, we've seen the grand dame of commons standing up and writing her seminal book on the commons, Anne Rostrom. She deceased in 2012, but her work is extremely important for the study of commons. But what Lynn Ostrom did was a lot of good things, but she also stretched it a bit more in the sense that she wasn't including only natural resources, but also, for example, digital resources, which made it even broader. So now we have the capacity to think about resources of any kind in terms of collectivity, but not all resources are suitable to share. Not all resources are easy to share. So we have to keep this in mind, this difficult history of the term itself. Now, as I said, it goes back a long way in history. And this is a graph that pictures only the development, that's the gray line, of the commons in the eastern part of the Netherlands. Yeah? And what is important there is that you see that over the course of the period between, let's say, 1000 and 1800, we've seen a steady development of commons. In the Netherlands, we call them gemeenten and markengenootschappen, and those are two different forms of commons. I can explain, but I won't do it here. They developed for a long term as a response to farmers who needed to optimize their use of, in particular, pasture land and wasteland, yeah? Because it wasn't being used well. They saw it being overused, so they decided to work together to use it in a more efficient way. Efficiency is an important term when it comes to resource management, which we should not forget about. The blue line is a more general development we see in terms of institutions for collective action, ranging from water boards, guilds, and other types of institutions that work along the same principles as those farmers did in the countryside. You see it also in the city. Now, I'm coming back to my earlier three bulbs, you know, the three things I said which are important. So when we're talking about commons, it's not just about the people or the resource or the organization. It's the institution as a whole, basically. So if you would define it in a precise way, we would be talking about a collectivity of people who are members of a group, yeah? So important, it's actually a quite exclusive way of resource management. You have to be a member. And they hold resources together, yeah? So they create or they buy or get resources together, and they deal with them collectively, and they share them among each other, yeah? Now, these are in principle resources you can only use once, so you have to agree with the group who is going to use what. And when you put a group of people together with a collectivity of resources, what you get usually is a social dilemma. And the social dilemma is the choice you have to make between your individual short-term gain or your long-term collective gain. So basically a sort of, well, the dilemma we all have here today, whether how we deal with the corona, for example. That's also the case when people use these resources collectively. In order to deal with that dilemma, they set up institutions. So they create rules, and they deal with the scarcity of resources that way. Now, in the past, we've seen many different ways of applying that conceptual framework that you see here. And on many types of members, from producers, consumers, people who mainly invest, many types of resources, natural resources, but also, for example, the safety as a resource, and also in different types of institutions. I've added some pictures, but I don't have enough time to deal with all of these. Now, what I do with my research team is trying to understand what makes these resources resilient. Because I can imagine all of you who have set up one of these commons, so to speak, they didn't do that just for a week or a few days. No, you basically want your grandchildren to harvest the same vegetables, other vegetables, but in the same institution, right? Or something else. So you want it to last, right? But in order to make an organization like that last, you need to make sure it's resilient. It's able to deal with a crisis like the one today. And for that, we've been looking for the key elements. And if you want to know about the key elements, I'm not going to say too much about it, but they're the ones who are in the overlap areas, the utility, equity, and efficiency. It sounds maybe a bit economic, but the application of it is not entirely economic. Utility means that the members need to see the usefulness of their collective resources. None of you is probably going to work hard on a collective farm if you don't also get some of the vegetables. It's a very simple way of saying it, but that goes for most of these collectivities. You need some sort of utility. Interesting there is, though, that not all collectivities people get from the resources at the same time. Imagine you're part of a bread fund, the sort of insurance for incapacity to work in the Netherlands for people who are self-employed. Ideally, when they become a member, they pay their dues, but they never get the benefit because they don't want to get sick and get the benefit. They want to work. So they only want to get the resource if nothing else works. Yeah? But if you're part of an energy cooperative, you become a member, and the next day, in principle, you can have your energy. So the time window there can be very different. Equity is not equity in a true economic sense, but the possibility to join the decision-making process when people are jointly deciding on the institutional framework, they need to deal with that social dilemma. So the degree to which you as a member can actually influence how the rules are designed according to which you can use the resource. And efficiency is, as I said in the beginning, all about how you can keep your resources alive, and how you cannot move towards a tragedy, which is extremely important because if you don't have the resource, the prime driver, the utility, also disappears. How much time do I have?
30 seconds.
Okay, that's not enough. It always happens to me, sorry. So yeah, one of the important elements is that there's a lot of external influence, of course, that you have to deal with as a collectivity. And it's often not what collectivities are worried about. We study the challenges collectivities have today, and it seems to be, a lot of them seem to function on their own, whereas we are, it's one of the big things that you have to engage with the normal world, so to speak, in order to stay alive. So I think, I've seen this kind of workshops on commons developing very rapidly over the past, 10 years, more or less. I remember being very lonely when I did my PhD, end of the previous century already, on commons, and I felt lonely because there were very few people who were actually interested in it. So we've moved ahead for sure. But the question is also, why do we find this interesting? Why are we here? Why do we want to know about commons? I think it has to do with a long evolution. I don't think I have the time to say a lot about it. But of course, individualism is part of the element, but also, for example, development of the welfare state. If you have a welfare state, indirect solidarity becomes the prime mechanism to exchange your solidarity, whereas direct solidarity is the prime element that drives, one of the elements that drives these collectivities. So I think it's also a bit of a search for more direct solidarity among people. Just one last point. I've talked mainly about the internal functioning of commons and what they are, but we also have to see them in a broader perspective of political development. I think over the past 10 years, we've seen a rapid rise in ideas, at least, not always the application of them, but the ideas to involve citizens more in political decision-making processes. Citizen collectivities, as we know them, are at the very end of that political process, in the sense that there's a lot of other instruments being developed, like G1000s, etc., but also the right to challenge is one of those instruments in the Netherlands, which are basically more in the attention of politicians as instruments, but that potentially could lead to more engagement of citizens in decision-making. But the citizens' collectivities are actually a bit at the outside. They are very much, they're often offering public goods, so to speak, or recreating them, but not always engaging in that debate. I'm going to stop here. There's a lot more to say, but if you want, you can get a lot more information on my team's website, and also you could even, if you're a member of a collectivity, join a platform we're building, that's Collectieve Kracht, you see it at the bottom, which is intended to support collectivities in search for more knowledge and information about how they can, for example, optimize their internal functioning, but also their relationship to governments and business. And we're building it right now. We hope to finish it next year and have a sort of self-promoting system behind it, so that they actually, collectivities, carry it themselves and feed it themselves with their own knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tine de Moor. All right, moving. I promise that we're going to do also questions in between. That is possible, but I think we have to set some rules here for our institutions to work efficient and are useful for our broader discussion. So I'd like to ask just if anyone has a question for clarification instead of a question or a point of discussion, so we can keep those questions for the real discussion. If there's just anyone who would like to ask one clarifying question about the commons. If not, yes, please speak out loud.
So you were
yeah.
You had those three pillars. Is that what we shall out as commons, the active commoning, and the commoners?
So the question is, are there three active pillars? The commons, active, citizens?
I tend not to use the term simply because I think we already have enough words to explain ourselves. So I try to stick to terms everybody knows. But if you want, you can apply that to it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think we should do with the language we have. And if, for example, the term commoning, I think it's often confusing. So if people want to use it, fine. But I'm a boring scientist who sticks to the normal words, so that's why.
Thanks for your question. Then we'll move on from a more scientific introductory perspective towards more conceptual art perspective, if I may. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're gonna listen to two speakers, both from the Casco Art Institution working for the Commons. On my right, I have here Bina Joy, the director of the Institute, and next to her on her right is Mariana Taku, research and organizer for the Casco Art Institute. Without further ado, I'd like to give you the floor with one extra note. Shall we also make a little rule here? If I give just one more finger, it means that you have 1 more minute left. Mm-hmm. We'll see if you can finish it off. Cheers.
Hi everyone, you hear me well, so it's really great to come after Tina, such a lucid elucidation of the commons. Indeed, it's really difficult to introduce and talk about the commons, and commons always trigger a lot of questions. And as an art institution, we may have right to misuse the notion of commons, but hopefully that's productive. So this is the, how do you call actually, the tree trunk to show the evolution of Casco in terms of name. So it was 2018 that we got this name, Casco Art Institute, working for the Commons. This was the result of the working on the program that was researching together with artists about what the commons are and how we can practice the commons. But then we realized this cannot be done just after 3 years, and this was continuing, and we should do this in terms of bring both backside and then front side of the institution, meaning that representation and program continue to work on the commons, but we also change the way that we work as an organization, as the way of presenting what we do with artists and community. And what you see on the left is a map that show our understanding of the commons. It may be purposely not so legible here, but you can see the word commons and relation and commoning. And then what you see next to the word commons is private and public. So we situate the commons in this kind of binary or binary system which organize our life and society, state and market, and private and public, and commoning appearing into this realm. And in brief, now we define commons this way, or commoning, as caring, sharing together vital resources. So, or in verb, actually. And there could be many set of conditions to define or give condition boundary to the notion, but we think the expression caring and sharing do justice to bring them indirectly. And in terms of we extend, maybe we far overstretching the concept of the commons to the realm of philosophy. So we also say it could be undoing the binary worldview that separate the private, public, nature, culture, human, animal, theory and practice, rural and urban, life and death, man and woman, it's endless. That's how we approach to the notion of commons and practice of the commons. And how we do as an art institution with art and artists, we do caring, sharing, artists and or community-driven collective projects that are, so quality of those projects are place and process-based and poetic and practical knowledge orientated. And while caring, sharing those projects, we also experiment and innovating forms of institutions of the commons against the current institutional rule, which we like to characterize as meritocracy, patriarchy, capitalism, colonialism, and racism. And it is ongoing process. That's why we prefer using the word in verb, despite of possible confusion. And the diagram that you see in the middle is drawing, choreographic drawing by Anna Teresa de Kersmaeker, Belgian choreographer, of her piece called Temporal Vortex. So all this process is also very like temporal practice, I'd like to emphasize. And Mariana, now it's your turn.
Can I? So, one of our projects that we want to share with you is that a project that started 4 years ago in Leidse-Rijn, Utrecht. It's called the Center for Ecological Unlearning, and its current iteration, the current project of the ongoing project, of the ongoing collaboration, is called Traveling Farm Zone of Forgotten Skills. So Utrecht is part of the Randstad, and it's a quite small city in the middle of the Netherlands. You know, you all know that. The west of Utrecht has been for hundreds of years the main source of food and agricultural products for the city, and this has been changing in the past decades. It eroded slowly, with a culmination in the 90s where it was destined to become an extension of the city and become a new suburb of the city because there were pressures for housing. So from a huge farmland, as you can see on the left, we have a very urban area right now that is highly developed to welcome 100,000 citizens. But the traces of the agricultural past remain, so that there are many farmhouses that are lacking of land right now because they were monumental buildings, so they couldn't appropriate them for the residential project. And along with a group of artists, we occupied one of the farmhouses. We started in between 2017 and 2018. This farmhouse is at the very central location in the neighborhood, opposite of the train station, and in the middle of the Winkelzentrum, of the mall of the neighborhood. So it's very critical and a very great contrast, a farmhouse of 500 years old being in the middle of the newly built project. So we had different, we activated and we went into a process of commoning, basically, of the space and the different communities that were attracted to the space. And also the farmhouse you can see on the right came into our exhibitions, into our building in the center of Utrecht at Casco. So there was a constant movement in between. And this era ended because this farmhouse we were able to occupy it because it was stuck in a court case, and it finally also got sold to be developed along with the rest of the neighborhood. So we had to leave it. And we knew that it was a temporary occupation. That's why, if you can see on the left, already from the beginning of activating the space, we were looking for ways to make the farmhouse mobile, or make our presence in the neighborhood something that can be shared beyond the walls of the farmhouse itself. So the artist collective, along with the team members that are active in the project from Casco, we're thinking of how to reach the rest of the neighborhood. And also we had the pandemic outbreak, so we came up with the idea of making a replica, a miniature farmhouse that could move in the neighborhood on backfeeds. And there was inspiration a bit from the miniature housing from, like, the ones you can see at Rijks from 300 and 400 years ago. And that would be a model for a future museum, but also a vessel, a repository where we can collect stories, because we are researching and we are collecting stories from the neighborhood to gather all the forgotten skills, to gather all the knowledge about where the food comes from, to also share it an educational tool for the children that live in the area and have no idea that this was a farmland before. Now they know that food comes from the supermarket. So it has many purposes. And along with, you can see the traveling farm museum in front of the farmhouse on the right, because now the farmhouse is being developed to become a restaurant. And along with this museum, we're traveling in the neighborhood. We're also planning to bring it outside of the neighborhood, but for now there is a lot of places that we can visit there, because there are still farmers in this area that are still surviving. There are gardening initiatives, so people that have occupied spaces to garden and teach children how to cultivate. There is a historical association that tries to preserve the agricultural history of the area that goes back centuries. These are like some seconds that we can show a bit to see the atmosphere of how this tool is working in the neighborhood. Can you play the video? This is this is from, on the left, it's one of our visits in another experimental space in the area. So it's a long-term project. It's small scale, but also can be scaled up and reproduced. And maybe you can show also the other one. It's in the other one. It's in the garden that is one of the gardens that is also part of the Association of Collective Gardening in the Netherlands. It's their headquarters there. So basically we bring this amazing construction. I failed to mention, but you could see in the pictures that it was designed this way so it can really reproduce its surroundings because it's mirroring the... And I have to finish, yeah. I will wrap up with some more pictures from our tours. We are also visiting active farmers and collecting their stories. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Dina, Joy, and Mariana, apologies, from the Casco Art Institute. And also, again, maybe one or two questions just to clarify one or another before we delve into discussion later on. If there isn't any, that's also fine. Then we'll move on to someone, we just saw one or two photos of some farmers working. Well, we have also a few actually of you, brought a few with you. Brechtje Hamelink from Uushof, Onze Tuin, I understood in Dutch. I didn't speak any Frisian, but now I do. My first two words. You are the founder, Brechtje, of the permaculture community farm, Uushof. It's a community-supported agriculture. I would say she's one of the experts here, if we can talk about commoning or the commons in practice, maybe, in terms of food production. So I'd like to give the floor to you about what you've been doing and your vision on the commons. Brechtje Hamelink.
Yes, thank you for being here. It's very nice because the organizers actually are part of our team, our garden team of this year. Both Fernanda and Tim are with us since March, April. Yeah, so we've been together. Actually, they've been in the garden mostly, together with my husband, Michel Paulouis, who is now back home, taking care of the garden and this afternoon's packages delivery. There's a few others that have been with us this year. So we are a 2-hectare permaculture garden. We have permaculture. What is that? That's a combination of permanent agriculture. So here you see a picture. Oops. Do I do that? No. Here you see a picture of what we would call a food rim, the rim of the forest. We talk a lot about food foresting, but in the center of the forest there's not very much light. So we always talk about the rim of the forest, where you have a large diversity of produce. So in our fields we have 5 of those rims. Here on the right side you see 10 meters of annual crops, which is most of our vegetables are annual crops. Then you have a row of frambozen, how do you call that? Raspberries. Then you have other types of berries. Then you have the fruit trees, a line. And then in the shade side of the fruit trees, you have more bramen. Blackberries. And other types like asparagus and more shade-loving crops. So this is our food rim, and we have 5 of them over our 2 hectares. So this is how we integrate the benefits of the biodiversity of the permanent crops together with the annuals, which are the largest part of our diet for vegetables. So we have members at this moment around 200 people, which most of them come to our garden as self-harvesters. They pay a fixed amount of 250 euros a year for 40 years of crops, 40 weeks of vegetable picking, which is 6.25 euros per person per week. Just to give you an idea of how expensive this would be to have, let's say, permaculture crops. I think it's very accessible for everybody. So next to the 200 members, we have some restaurants, some of which even the chefs come to our garden to pick the vegetables that go to their table in the evening dinners. So that's how we sell our crops. It's an interactive community. The people come to our garden every week, or some of them even a few times a week to harvest. And together with them, sometimes they help out in the garden. They don't have to, but some of them do. We do have a large group of volunteers and also some people that want to have a garden of their own, and we invite them to work with us to learn how to do this so they can start their own. So Fernand and Tim are hopefully getting their own garden somewhere soon, and some of the others too. So 4 years ago, we also started together with our members a food co-op, because we found out that both we ourselves, but also our members, were not only interested in getting vegetables, but we also wanted to have eggs or milk or bread or meat from our own community. So we started Us Eten, our food, and some of us built a sort of ordering system, so we could order, and we now can order from around 10 local producers, including bread and eggs and meats and dairy products. In addition to that, we have access to the wholesale biological wholesale market. So actually, in our local food co-op, we can have the complete substitution of a supermarket. We don't need to go to the supermarket at all anymore. Here you see those products. So how it works is that people can order it online in our own food co-op shop, and then the local suppliers would come, deliver, and the wholesale market would also deliver. And then 4 members of the food co-op come on the Saturday morning. They put everything in those crates that you see. And then from 12:30, our members come to pick it up. And normally we would have a very nice hour of coffee talks when we pick it up. And this for us, for me, is a very essential part of our food co-op, because people start to know each other and we form a community. And from that community, I don't know if you noticed, it's since COVID, we don't have it, so maybe you don't remember, but every Saturday between 11 and 12, I think you can see that the world becomes a little better, because that's when we have our coffee moment. And we have all these wonderful ideas to, well, improve our surroundings and get ideas. So this is, I think, a very interesting aspect of food. Everybody needs food, and it's a very democratic thing, because it doesn't matter how much you have on your bank account, you still need food, and actually this kind of food is accessible more or less to everybody. Because when we buy the biological food from the wholesale, we need to do some work as member of the co-op, but then the price of that food is more or less comparable to the normal food in the supermarket. So that's how I see it's an example of the commoning of your food system, building your food system from the bottom up again. Just to finish this part, if you're interested, we work together in Netwerk Duurzame Dorpen. So it's a community of sustainable villages. And within that we have de Voedselwerkplaats, so the food workshop. And that's where we support other civil initiatives to start or your own CSA garden or to start your own food co-op. So if you're interested, you only need 15 households to start your own food co-op. I would say, just try it out. It's fun. And just to finish, because, here's another example of what food can bring and how it can bring people together. This was actually in COVID time, where, as you can see, we had a dinner for villages that are interested to start their own food co-op or their own garden. And they came 100, and we had a dinner with a 1.5 meter distance, as you can see in the picture. So it brings together people, but here's the Voedselwerkplaats. You can find more information. But Fernanda actually asked me to also talk a little bit of another initiative that we have, because our garden, we started it, we used to live in The Hague, actually, but we wanted to move out of the city stuff for our kids. And if you sell your Den Haag house, you can actually buy a farmhouse in Friesland for the same price, more or less. And then we had these 2 hectares to come along. So that's how we had this land that 8 years ago we turned into this garden. But we think it's a bit strange to build a garden with all our members and it's their food supply, but still it's our property. Because if one day we decide to move and we sell our property, then all these people lack their food supply. So we're actually in the process to see if we could sell our land to our members, and that the members themselves would be the owners of Uushof. But it's a very interesting, and it's not all that easy, this commoning, if you are starting to do it in practice. Because there's also something like your way of how you express yourself in your garden. How, as a gardener, it's also your project, as an entrepreneur maybe even. So that's what we're now working on. How can we still be entrepreneurs and have our own say in a way, and work together with our community? So it's also about ownership, and it's about different types of ownership. So you have the legal ownership, you have the economic ownership, and you also have the creative ownership. And how can you build new constructions that respect all those different parts? And how can you work together in that? So that's the process that we're working on. I'm also president of the CSA network. We have 100 CSA gardens in the Netherlands. And we noticed that our colleagues, a lot of our colleagues are also in this, finding out how this ownership of land and the commoning and the entrepreneurial part of somebody that wants to work on that land, and how can you develop this? So it's work in progress, and I think it's very interesting. So if you're interested, look us up on the CSA network, and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much. For now, at least, I see so many people here who could be starting their own farmers cooperative.
Please do.
After the weekend, there's going to be so many initiatives sparking out of this festival. That's the idea, I hope. So thanks for sharing. Before moving on to the last speaker, for now, any questions, clarifications, or saying yes, I want to start a farmer cooperative? Yes, please. One second. Your members, the question is, your members work on the land and they pay a fee of 250 a year? Yes.
In exchange for that, they get the food that they harvest.
In exchange for that, they get the food that they harvest?
They don't need to do any work. They just come to work to harvest. If they want, they can participate, but it's not necessary. Sometimes, like now, they all have left for other businesses. So we now have a thingy with the beans. There's a lot of beans at this moment, and we might have a post to our members. Please come and help to harvest the beans, because it's a lot of work. So that happens.
Volunteers? Tine, you raise your hand.
You can.
So you please the microphone. Sorry.
I also am a member of the South Harvest Farm, and there's methods to deal with scarcity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you also need methods to deal with abundance, so rules to deal with abundance. So are there any rules you use when you're, of course you also sell to farms, to restaurants, etc., so that's one way to deal with it, I guess. But how do you deal with that?
Yeah, when there's when, for example, the beans are starting, everybody's excited because everybody likes beans. And then, so we decided to harvest it collectively and then say everybody has the right, every person has the right for 100 grams of beans this week, for example. That's the way we deal with scarcity. And abundance is, we have some, it's called the streekboer. It's a regional seller of local produce. So if we really have a lot of abundance, then we sell through them. Or sometimes we gave it to the voedselbank, for example.
Okay.
For charity.
Charity.
All right. Thanks so much for this interesting example. And we'll talk more about this later, of course, during the discussion. For now, I would like to give the floor to Ivanka Ano. She's a visual artist and a civil society producer. And she'll also talk a bit more about practical examples of commoning and commoning belonging.
Exactly.
Ano.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I work in politics, and I work in setting up grassroots initiatives as forms of social design that are committed towards working on social equality. My practice is very much that, a praxis. And usually I describe what I do as creating and testing blueprints, trying out what we need to move forward to an inclusive society. And I would like to take you through some of the things that I've been working on in the last few years, both commoning like projects both in terms of resources and property, as more philosophical applications of undoing categorization. While graduating art school, I started with my first commons project. I worked with my fellow artist Rachel Tillotson on setting up a free restaurant, the Free Café, that aimed to evade the capitalist economic system by using large-scale generosity, cooperation, and using the products discarded by society as trash. We started very simply by posting online a call out for location volunteers, food. We had nothing besides a plan. And then 2 months later, we had built a 300 square meter clubhouse with a kitchen and seating for 60 people with the help of over 400 different volunteers, so in the space of 8 weeks' time. Here we hosted the Free Café for 6 months using leftover food products from local markets, bakeries, food shops, and serving vegan free dinner to about 120 people every week. We refused any monetary donations because we felt that asking for donations would make a distinction between people that could pay and people that could not pay. And we specifically did not want any of that type of categorization. We wanted people to be equally. After having created this project and running it for about half a year successfully, a community was very stable and was running the place, and we felt that we could move on and see if we can take it one step beyond. So we got a group together to work on the next project, which was called The Wandeling. The purpose of The Wandeling was to build a living room for all the people of the city of Groningen, a place where everybody was actively welcomed to come to eat, to drink some tea, to learn, to work together, to play together, and everything for free without any donations or any requirements from that sort. We wanted to create a place where humans could really be and not have to be put in boxes of capitalist worth or capitalist earnings. Our vision was to create this place completely off-grid, completely free, and as a true commons without any ownership. To that end, we started with setting up a community organization. We created a model that pretty much middled between a sociocracy and a horizontalist organization. We did set up a legal foundation because we needed a legal entity to be able to apply for construction permits. But we created a board that delegated all power to the general circle. And our community was set up in a way that anybody ever on the field could claim themselves to be part of the community. So instead of members, the community could literally be anybody that wanted to be part of it. We talked to the municipality and we convinced them to give us a big field in the city park to build the Wandeling. We designed the buildings so that we would get construction permits. But then we found out that in order for this place to actually be what we considered a true type of commons, we had to find some loopholes in the law. And that quickly became my new hobby for life, I can say. First of all, according to law, every building and every physical item has to be a property with a corresponding owner, pretty much like what you were referring to. We wanted the community to be the collective owner of the building and every material in it. So the loophole we found and were able to get legally approved is by the distinction of property and possession. A property is owned by an entity that has all the rights to it, but as part of the rights, temporary possession of the property can be given to somebody else, much like a library book that the library owns, but it can be borrowed out and it can be returned. So we created a legal construction in which the community was property owner of the material goods, while the legal foundation only had temporary possession of the goods as a whole. This had some very interesting theoretical implications though, because this would mean that at any moment in any time, anybody could come walking in and say, this chair or that window is actually mine and I'm going to take it home now. But that's actually what we loved about the whole project, to really try out and experiment. How does it work to think outside of the box of property? We also wrote into our legal statutes that if the project were ever to end, that the materials would go back to their rightful owner, the community. Thereby we inhibited that the building would ever be able to be sold. And that brings me to the second legal debate that we ran into, which is taxes. Every building in the Netherlands gets assessed for its value over which taxes have to be paid. Since the buildings we designed were to be built out of materials considered as trash, the literal costs going into the construction would be zero, considered from the capitalist idea that a material is only worth what the market will give for it. And since the building could not be sold, it also had no sales value. So we claimed that the building had a net worth of €0 and that we would not pay any taxes. Obviously, this did not fly very well with the local municipality. But I ended up getting the proposal into the city council meeting. And then several right and right-leaning political parties, they did not really like it and they proposed an alternative. They said, we do want to tax the buildings, we will tax the buildings, but we can donate you the amount of money of taxes that you have to pay. I bluntly refused. I said no taxes or no project. They said we have to play by the rules of how the economy works. They said this very literally. So I refused. The parties filed a motion against the proposal, but luckily I had done some lobbying. Their motion was denied and my proposal was agreed upon. So we had a piece of land, we had permits for construction, we had created legal precedences on the commoning of goods and had gathered materials to build the place with. Then I moved from Groningen to Amsterdam and learned some of the hard lessons. The core group of this initiative got smaller, and with huge plans and no small part to start, the project started to crumble. Pretty much what you were referring to, not much utility for the people to gear themselves onto that they felt immediately returned for. I think that really was influential in this situation. So in the end, it got a bit worse because then some vandals set fire to the first part of the construction we had made and we pulled the plug on the project. So it is a big shame that this commons building never got to exist. But the process has taught me and others more than we could have imagined. It also showed me how complex and difficult it is to bring together the voices of a multitude effectively and to create change departing from the corrupted system we actively live and participate in. On the upside, for a good note, 2 of the free cafes are still running up to date, serving free food to people. So when I moved to Amsterdam, I quickly encountered a group of 56 undocumented refugees who were put out on the streets of Amsterdam because the winter shelter closed. And they had no place to go, even though it was still freezing. I convinced my living community to house this group of people for a month in our own house, and ended up creating a civilian-run refugee shelter that over the course of 6 months sheltered more than 93 undocumented refugees, most of whom were under the age of 25. Living with this group of guys taught me the unbearable position they are in and how both national and international politics collaborate to make finding a safe refuge as impossible as possible. It taught me that they are stripped of their sovereignty, their possibility to self-govern. As they enter this country, they are put in a position where they do not get the human rights this country once signed for, such as the right to housing, to well-being, and to a family life, as these rights are locked behind the gates of citizenship. But undocumented refugees do get the plights and obligations that usually come along with it. They are subjected to the law and have to follow endless protocols and do not get any gains. The refugee shelter had to close due to lack of funding. Lobbying with the NGOs and the municipality made clear that nobody wants to take the responsibility for this group of young undocumented guys. And that as a civilian, there is only so much you can do. So in order to move forwards, it's not enough to fight the symptoms, you need to truly alter the system and radically. After my move to Amsterdam, I also joined the left of left political party Bijeen in their national board. It's a party that takes grassroots politics to the level of government politics. And this has taught me a great deal about the full spectrum of marginalization that people experience in this country. Marginalization by capitalism, by colonialism, by patriarchy, and by heteronormativity. So what these experiences with grassroots and commoning have taught me is that we need to think big, think really big, but at the same time take small steps, and especially listening very carefully to the needs of the people. We need a systems change towards equality. That means that we need to common the institutes, we need to common our economy and a society. We need to common the norm, and we need to common the way that we perceive each other and that we share space together. This brings me to the work that I made for this exhibition and my new project. The work I made, it's hanging on the wall there. It's called A Blueprint for Commoning Belonging. It is 5 t-shirts stating, I belong here, printing using the old technique of blueprints, and an anti-manifesto on how to common belonging. Belonging is an all-embracing way of looking how we as humans fit into our surroundings. It describes a very private experience of whether or not we fit into a certain situation and can feel at home, as well as whether or not we are allowed to feel at home and if we are deemed suitable for a certain situation. The text accompanying the work sets out a 14... Oh, I canceled the presentation, I think. Yeah. Oh, we're back. Yeah. The text accompanying the work sets out a 14-step method through which we can come to a point where people are able to choose their own belonging and allow others to choose theirs. Like the commoning of a piece of land, commoning being and identity is the ongoing act of reappropriating from power structures who have laid down an unrightful claim and creating the space and methods for humanity and community to exist in a multitude where there is space for every person's needs. It is a commoning of the norm, or commoning of subjectivity. At the core of this work and the Anti-Manifesto is that there are very few people who fit the norm, and that the sum of the minorities is by far the majority. Yet we stick to the norm. We reproduce the norm, even when we don't feel like we fit the norm. That is why we need verbs to describe how to alter this system, like commoning and belonging. There are ongoing processes of unlearning, relearning, and especially listening. In line with that, I'm starting a new project in collaboration with curator and journalist Aynuk Tan that focuses on queering, decolonizing, and commoning the institutes. We are facilitating a platform of people from the full spectrum of humanity whose voices go underrepresented in society. Refugees, people of color, neurodiverse people, people with physical or mental challenges, trans sex workers, etc., etc. And we invite institutes to open themselves up for these voices and to hear from them how they can be included, which barriers exist, and how they can be taken away. We've created a methodology based on a theory of change where we look at how the thresholds of participation can be taken away step by step by asking the community, what do you need to belong? It is then these voices themselves that are centered in the process of reaching a better inclusivity through programs, giving trainings or performances at the institutes. And we make sure that they are properly compensated for their labor, whether they have addresses or not, or have the documents required to call the Netherlands their home or not. Part of this project is focused on inter-community learning and training so the voices can grow, and organizing events where people can take stage and perform their voices, their being, their bodies. We've created an organization model where the general gathering of the community is given full agency and control. The community will be our boss. Aynuk and I are the facilitators. We encourage the institutes to create more space and facilitate people speaking up to take their space. An important part of that is that we make sure that the conditions are met for these voices to speak safely, commoning safety, as was said earlier. As an example, we're working with the Stedelijk Museum Breda in relation to an exhibition where we lobbied for a privilege training for full personnel and the board of the museum. We want to help institutes become more inclusive, back and front side, not just through policy, but through actively including the voices of people that are now not heard enough from. By implementing that everybody gets asked, what do you need? To be able to belong, to be safe, so a process of commoning. Thank you very much.
That was our final last speaker, Ivanka. No, thank you so much also for being here. Now we're gonna enter the discussion. We've seen practitioners, theorists talk about different forms and shapes of commoning, but we're obviously also talking about this to potentially realize an alternative vision on society. I hope people have gotten a better sense of what the commons are and what there could be. Are people enthused about becoming more engaged with the commons? Could be this a potent tool for changing society? And did you see a raise of hands for yes, we can? Yeah, that's way more hands than I saw the first time. Great. Tini, you've also been listening to all these lively examples of what the commons could be. Was this some sort of representation of the broad spectrum of commons initiatives that there are in the Netherlands, and what were your sort of insights listening to these initiatives?
I think on the one hand there's the practical application of basically the concept of commons and the mechanisms behind it, such as reciprocity, for example, solidarity, and also self-sufficiency is an important one too. So I think at the one hand, as in the examples of Brecht, you see the application of it. On the other hand, I think I really appreciate the collaboration with artists, and we also my team collaborated in 2017 in an academic conference on commons with Casco. Because from the artist perspective, you can of course, I think it's important that artists also reflect. It's more of a reflection, and then in these cases also a reapplication of that reflection, and in that sense possibly also a broader interpretation. But that's okay. I think we need to. I think it's for the future of commons as a specific governance model. It's important that we are specific, that we are precise about what does it stand for. Because if we are not, then it's very hard to sell to those who are not really part of the movement. Don't underestimate how much of a niche we all belong to. I think it's important to realize that, and if it's all about togetherness and community and etc., which is also important, but not about a specific type of governance, it's really hard to convince people. I think utility is probably more than we all realize, the entrance towards becoming part of a system like that, but it definitely is even more for people who are not naturally drawn to community projects, who are more individualistic in nature. It's definitely for them an important way to draw them in. I'm sure there's a lot of people
How do you draw those people in?
Well, for example, I've pictured, the spectrum from misery to opportunity. On both sides, there's different ways to motivate people. The misery side means that there's no alternative in a village, for example, to give support to local elderly or for childcare. Those are things that happen to all of us. Well, hopefully. Hopefully we all get old. Hopefully we don't need help, but I think most of us don't want to be old and lonely as well, right? So I think at some point everybody is then confronted with the lack of provisions from the government and the lack of offer from market partners. So at that point, you can actually convince people that it's useful to engage in projects like that. But ideally, we don't want them to engage when they're 80 and already needing help. Ideally, you want to engage them when they're 40 and still capable of offering help. Yeah. So we need to get this more into it's one thing to set up a citizen collectivity, but ideally you turn it into a thing that is carried by all generations. Yeah. So that's one part of the spectrum. The other part of the spectrum allows you to involve people who basically have enough capital themselves to go to the market and pay through the market for their energy, for example. But they also have the capacity to invest in an alternative. Yeah? And they have the capacity through their initiative to share with the community. Right? Instead of harvesting the dividend they could be able to get from a good well-run energy cooperative, they could also reinvest in community, which happens, by the way. So there's plenty of energy cooperatives that decide not to give their dividend to their investors, but to, for example, spend it on a local community initiative. So I think different type of people are motivated by different things, are incentivized. Yeah. And that goes for people who are interested in the concept, but definitely also for those who are not there yet. So if we're moving towards a broader spectrum of governance models that will have to save the world, so to speak, we're may have to make sure that everybody feels inclined to join one of those collectivities, one way or another.
Okay, thanks for now. Are there any questions from the audience to open up the discussion? Young man over here.
My question is
Please speak up a bit.
My question is for Tine. Where to place the question of learning and knowledge in your three-dimensional model, which includes members, institutions, and the resources? Because commons are very important sides of knowledge sharing, appropriation, and the politics of knowledge as well. And if we really want to empower individual or the members of the society, then we must have to deal with the question of learning and the knowledge and the skills they are getting from the commons. So where to place the question of learning and the knowledge in this three dimensions?
The what of knowledge?
Knowledge.
The position of knowledge.
Knowledge.
What is the place of knowledge where this could be collected?
The question of knowledge and learning in this three-dimensional model of members, resources, and institutions.
So what is the place of knowledge where we can learn about members, resources, and members, institutions, and resources?
We can hear the question. I don't know. Do we
Yeah.
have to repeat it?
No, because this is for the online people because there's no microphone.
Well, I didn't understand first. I think, well, the equity element is very important there. The equity element is sort of the layover between members and institution. So what is different between this type of institution and another type, like a company that's run by a board, is that the knowledge is harvested from all the members who are one way or another involved. And the knowledge can be very diverse. It can be as a farmer producer who's in the system, but it can also be as a consumer that you have specific knowledge about specific parts. And the equity is the element, the mechanism that allows you to bring in that knowledge and continuously adapt the institution. Though sometimes when we look at modern institutions, well, present day commons, we see actually that they very little adapt their rules. They set up a number of rules. Sometimes they copy them from another organization, and then they keep them as they are. Whereas actually it's really important that you discuss these rules with each other. That you decide on, okay, we have 100 kilos of tomatoes. What's the principle on which we are going to divide this? Yeah? And well, knowledge in this case, I think, there's technical knowledge that will come from the farmer member, but there's also the knowledge about what is right. And it's not always about equality in that sense. It's about what is equitable at that point for everybody. So at some point, for example, I mentioned the example of a bread fund, which is a sort of insurance system for self-employed who are temporarily incapable of working. It's not about equality for everyone to get the same amount of money out of the system, but it's the equity you have, so the possibility to draw on the collective resources in an equal way. It's not necessarily getting an equal amount, but to getting an equal right on the resources. Yeah, that's something you build together.
Just a very short follow-up so we can have more questions.
But especially in case where knowledge is non-codified, passive, traditional, then how does this method of equity, because equity is not on documents, which you can share, which you can return, which you can really materialize. But in case of non-codified, passive, and traditional knowledge, I especially experience from India, this idea of equity doesn't work really.
The question is, when there's non-tested knowledge, how does equity apply? Such a question.
Non-tested knowledge.
Non-tested, traditional, non-codified.
Well, I have to think about it. I'm not sure about your question. Of course, there's plenty of examples of traditional commons where this kind of knowledge is managed in a collective way. But I'm not sure if you're hinting towards that.
I'm hinting into more traditional, non-documented, informal, grassroots knowledge, which is not documented yet, but it's playing an important role to increase the efficiency or to do certain things in a nice and different way. So how to equitably, manage this kind of knowledge within that common sphere?
So let's say maybe an example, if Brechtje is maybe the head farmer of their community, how can she equitably share her non-tacit knowledge to the whole community? Is that an example? Or tacit knowledge? Okay, tacit knowledge. So,
Yeah. So we do share knowledge, but it's more amongst the different CSAs. I'm not sure if it's only about knowledge, it's also about contribution and belonging to that collective. Because there I see many different forms of contribution. We have people that pay their share. There's some of us CSAs that even have the payment be done through a sort of an auction. So people that can actually afford to pay a little bit more, pay more, and people that can't afford to pay that basic amount would pay less. And that in the group together you would gather enough income for the farmer to actually do their work. So
also a specific rule to manage this equity or to maintain equity within the system.
Yeah, so that's with payment, but then there's many different forms to contribute in a non-financial way. And that's another thing which I think is very important at least from our food co-op and CSA, is that people feel that they belong to that community by contributing in their own way. So, for example, for the food co-op, everybody needs to help once in the 6 weeks to put the food into the baskets. But there's some people that are disabled or not very strong to carry a bag of apples, 11 kilos that is. So they actually make the coffee and be the host of the food co-op moment. There's other people that can't afford to pay the fee of the garden, and they come and help, and then if you come and help, you can harvest. So it's different ways, but what I think is very people interact and everybody belongs. I think you will have a lot of that experience too.
Well, I think you need to always create the conditions for people to be able to belong. So if somebody steps into your space that doesn't automatically belong, then I think it's very important to ask, what do you need in order to belong? Like, for example, what I take out of this question is that there are also types of knowledge that are non-Western. And if you start on the outset with a very Western, very white-inspired idea and rules of how your commenting process works, then you're always going to fail. Because it needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be an anti-manifesto. Even how you comment, it needs to be an ongoing process of constantly revisiting the decisions you made and asking yourselves the question, okay, is this towards equity, equality, whatever you want to apply in a moment, depending on whether it's about resources or value. Because you need to always be able to change that in relation to new people, new information, new perspectives coming in, because we need to stop assuming that we have a point of view collectively, universally, where we know what's the best way to do it. And we need to just stop doing that as part of the commenting process, in my opinion.
Maybe just to follow up on this.
It depends a bit where you live, because in my region, I'm the newcomer, because I come from The Hague. We don't have many non-Western people living in our village.
But it's not only non-Western, it's also people with physical challenges, with mental challenges. Like, even there in Friesland, I bet you that 60% of the people feel like a minority in some sort of way, or not fitting to the norm, even when it's not about skin color. So I think it's always really important that when you're commenting, you need to always keep your horizon as massively open as you can and stay humble, and that you can say, like, okay, we're trying to do the best and we'll continue to try to do the best.
And I can imagine maybe another challenge for commons or projects is that when the scale is quite limited, the sense of belonging can be adjusted to a relatively small heterogeneous group. What happens if this expands, just like a society, there's conflicting interests? How do you secure this sense of belonging?
Well, I'll repeat kind of what I said earlier, because for me the most important part is to ask questions and to have an open mind in being unbiased towards what you will hear, because you will also
and so
hear...
this accounts for every individual to keep asking questions.
You will, in order to think about coexistence, also in terms of commoning in groups together, you will also encounter people that have like diametrically opposite ideas of yours. So how are you able to coexist and collaborate with somebody that literally completely disagrees with you? Are you then going to expel them from the community and say, my horizon is not broad enough to include that? Or are you going to see like, okay, so if I ask what do you need to belong, and if I ask myself that question, what are your needs, what are my needs, we might find a lot of common ground. And then maybe on that common ground of the need of resources, the need of safety, maybe there we can actually find the things that we have in common and agree upon those.
Yeah.
And you know, I hate to say agree to disagree, because I think that can only go for things that don't really matter in life. But I think this is an eternal philosophical question that we can't have the right answer for, but we need to keep on putting ourselves in that uncomfortable position instead of staying in our comfortable heterogeneous group of people that everybody's belonging looks the same. I think that's not commoning, that's just a club.
Thanks.
Could I just
yeah, maybe a quick follow-up and then can move on to the next question.
Yeah, because it's a question that I get asked more often, like, yes, what if you grow? We don't want to grow. We want to multiply. So that's actually, we are maximum of 35 people. Our food coop is closed because if we grow more, we get so much stuff. It's started to become work, and we do this all on a voluntary basis. That's the food coop. So we're now waiting for Bolsward to start and Jorwert to start. They're starting in 2 weeks. So then we can have more people.
Yeah.
So our intention is that every village, every city, quarter can have their own food co-op, can have their own garden and start to interact with their farmers and to build a community. In this sense, it's a food community, but from food communities we can have a housing community and so it can grow from there.
Multiply, not grow. That's a great lesson for me. Tini, you want to add something before we move on?
There's a nice historical parallel. One of the, it's actually quite normal. I mean, it's something you hear a lot among also present-day collectivities, that they don't want to grow. They have a limit. Even, for example, the bread funds had from the start the limit that they never go beyond 50 people, and then they start a new bread fund. But it's also something we see in history. So over the past 1,000 years, we've seen other waves of institutional collective action, and this is sort of possibly the third wave, the start of the third wave. But in the period of the late medieval until the late early modern period, so until 1800 more or less, we've seen also this wave. One of the graphs I showed is part of that. Now there too, it was the intention, and actually also in practice they did this. Every collectivity that became too large split up because also of the management complexity of an organization like that. Now you have a second wave that starts towards the end of the 19th century, out of which we see, for example, the Boedeleenbank, which then became the Raiffeisen banks, and then they became amongst others, the Rabobank. They followed another strategy to deal with size. They merged, right, and became huge organizations, and often then struggled with, living up to their original cooperative ideals.
Would you say that Rabobank is not a commoners'
bank
anymore?
It's not a cooperative anymore in the sense, no. They decided to actually abolish their individual member banks. So that's also not helping for their cooperative spirit. Now, one of the things that actually made the first wave very vulnerable was not necessarily the size of the individual units of institutional collective action, but the fact that they did not communicate. So all these guilds and commoners, etc., they were very much inward looking and not talking to the one in the next village. And that's a really very important lesson for the future, because when legislation was issued in the late 18th, early 19th century to abolish these institutions, they were easily abolished. It was done in, with one signature, so to speak. Now what you do see today, and that's a new strategy, so the first we call the split and specialized strategy. Second is a merger strategy. Now we see a network strategy taking place. You see that, for example, with the CSA network, but also you have RESCOPE in Europe, which unites all community-based energy producers. You see in the Netherlands, Nederland Zorgt voor elkaar, so it's a sort of network of care cooperatives. And I think that's a really promising strategy for keeping the units and thus the sort of initial ideas fresh and alive, but at the same time also work together towards a common goal.
More and empowering them more in sort of existing
And make them less
legislation.
vulnerable and also exchange knowledge. Yeah. We also try to play a role in the knowledge exchange there, but it comes already from the bottom up, and of course technology helps there too, but it's actually vital because so many collectivities, we noticed that on very recent research we did, are so much looking, they're inward looking, we call them. So they look at their own problems and they forget about the rest of the world, which is understandable.
Because everyone's struggling with the same, more or less. Another question from the lady in the back.
Well, it was basically a reaction to what you said from the Indian perspective. Just because I think there are also a lot of people have completely different worldviews and languages, not in terms of language, but in conceptual language and understanding. And we also have that simply in our own, here in The Hague. So I'm working with someone who identifies herself as a shaman, but she also worked for 20 years for the ministry for I don't know what. In any way, she's easy because she can easily kind of switch from one to the other, and so she translates it for ourselves. But it means also connecting to the other side. It helps me kind of, seeing. Because it's about being open and being even able to see.
As an individual.
As an individual, and also if you can put that in the public space. So it's, again, a lot of work, I think. It's really hard work to be able to kind of, switch from one to the other conceptual language. But in the end, it's also about energy and emotion. So if we kind of connect on that level, we'll feel good. And it's about belonging, that's what we're talking about. So it's a lot of searching that we have to do beyond our conceptual language that we kind of basically is the common language here today.
Yeah. Very interesting comment. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to translate all this. Just for the people at home, a comment about not only being able to communicate with your conceptual knowledge between one another, but also being able to reflect internally. What do I feel, see, being able to be open-minded, to also create some sort of sense of belonging and connection with one another, perhaps in your comments. I hope this summarizes a bit your point. Thanks so much. Any, 2 questions there? Or maybe organization first? Yeah? No? Fernanda?
Well, I think you're starting with an assumption that
Just
we're all women, and I never said my pronouns out loud.
Okay. Just really briefly, what is the role of women in this new potential wave of the commons? Maybe also Bina or Mariana, we haven't heard so much from you yet.
Your friend Sylvia.
What?
Your friend Sylvia.
My friend Sylvia. Actually, we had a Sylvia together with a Tina in 2013 in conversation. Can I pass to someone else?
Yeah, of course. Please.
I love
yeah.
to respond to this. Sorry.
Actually, I have a question.
For me, commoning is also really moving beyond categorization, moving beyond the binaries as you were referring to in your slides, but also moving beyond the idea that certain tasks belong to certain people. So the idea of certain types of labor being connected to the woman or the feminine, I think through commoning it's the exact perfect moment of time where we can ask those questions: what do you need, what do you want, how do you belong? And then I think you'll end up with a very broad spectrum of identities combining feminine, masculine, and a lot of mixing of maybe the more traditional ways upon which certain tasks have been divided or taken up. I think this is the exact right moment, because for me also commoning is completely connected to queering, to taking things out of categorization. It's connected to decolonizing, to look at our own history. So how have we come to this point of the way that our society has created its norm? And how can we genuinely take everybody that is sitting in this space right now here, for example, and make a new graph of what humanity looks like, just using this as an example. And then this will be a very bad example because this room is awfully white. So I think that's really important for me, at least, when I think in terms of commoning, queering, decolonizing, it's part of it. And without those, to me, again, it sounds like, I might sound a bit rash, it's just because I'm very passionate. To me, then, it sounds like you're reproducing some of the actual power structures that commoning is fighting against. I think commoning is also reappropriating from the power systems that they have the right to tell us what we are, what we can own, where we can stand. You know, commoning is not only about reappropriating land, it's also about reappropriating ideas for me. So that would be my response.
Maybe I can add it now. So I think without essentializing the woman, notion of woman or womanhood, there is the position of woman in commoning in terms of boundary breaking, further shake of caring, and certain matrixial experience, whether you come from mother or you are mother yourself, and like capitalist economy that has been dominant for last 300 years, something, was under the rule of having women inside a home, making the woman's labor invisible. So in that sense, there's definitely something to talk about women. And as a side note, it's not necessarily called like commoning movement. And when the Me Too movement came up, I was like, I cannot say excited, but it was really great. Finally, there's a question about organization beyond representation. So it's coming from, starting from film industry, and they start questioning about how actually people are dealt with, and women especially in the industry.
Before we move on, another also reaction?
I think it's unnecessary and often even uncalled for, and maybe even unproductive sometimes, to mix those debates too much together about the position of women and institutional collective action in a general sense. I personally, it doesn't really give me more insights on how commons work and what their meaning could be. What I do know is that, if you just look at it, so what's the position of women within commons? One is that I've been very active in the International Association for the Study of the Commons for many, many years, both as a member, a board member, and a president. And I've always wondered why that association in particular, it's an academic association, but also filled with practitioners, was extremely gender balanced. It's an extremely, I mean, I'm in other academic associations and they're not gender balanced at all, either one way or the other, but that one is. So we have been wondering about, and I think it is, for example, it is to some extent the topic, and when you have to think about cooperation, then yeah, and equity and equality, you of course come into those debates, but you don't necessarily need, I think, the gender debate in there. Where it does, I think, help to understand why these institutions play a role in our societies is if you look at how society is organized. I've myself looked a lot at family patterns over ages of time and the position of women within families. And what you do see is that in order to have institutions like that to emerge, it is not helpful to have, for example, societies with very strong family ties. I was working quite a bit on China till a while ago. And for example, the guild system, which we've had from the late medieval period here, was absolutely absent in China until the 17th century. Why was it here possible? Because from the late medieval period onwards, we've had, and maybe some of you don't know, but we've had a fairly equal position for women and men in comparison to other parts of the world, whereby women could participate in the labor market. In most parts of the world, it hasn't been possible until recently. So you see that because of family and tribes and clans becoming less important, there's room for other liaisons between people, not based on family or any other type of blood tie. And that probably explains partly, it's not the only explanations, but it explains why all these institutions could become popular in Europe. Now, on the other hand, one last remark. I think we've got a lot to learn from the remaining commons that are still present in many parts, non-Western parts in the world. I always say that what we're trying to do here is reinvent our history and to try to find out what kind of rules do we need to work together to own resources collectively. But there's so much knowledge out there. It's been studied already, but often we think we're going to reinvent it. We don't have to. There's a lot of knowledge out there. Sometimes when I sit together with people from Africa or whatever, other parts of the world, the rules that people come up here today to organize a farm in Groningen are pretty much the same as what they would do somewhere in Zambia, for example. So it goes to back to a basic form of human cooperation that we're luckily trying to reinvent, but luckily also it's not been erased everywhere yet.
There was a question by the lady, and then I'll come to you there in the back. Yeah.
The fact that recently I
would you like to add a question to one of the speakers? Like how would you, for example, transfer this dialogue or debate or put it into practice from what you say, everyone's born in a certain position, in a certain surroundings. This comes with all kinds of burdens or a backpack full of ideas or worldviews. Are there any Yeah, so any thoughts on this? How does your predetermined position or your birth ground, or how does that influence maybe also the debate or the dialogue about the commons? Is there any maybe practical experience or from the arts, or as you said?
I could reflect to that in this new movement of food production from an idea of commons, especially for the smaller garden, direct sales garden, self-harvest gardens, I see a very, let's say, there's a lot of new farmers entering that area. And there's women, and there's men, there's people from other cultural backgrounds. And where farming used to be very much a family affair, normally as a farmer you would be the son or the daughter of a farmer. In this development of CSAs, I see a lot of new farmers. So in that sense, there needs to be...
of all different backgrounds. And
yeah, and on a very conscious choice to become a farmer.
Yeah.
That's also, well, I think it's interesting.
I think I mean, this festival, I think, is quite ambitious. Yeah, one last question. What is the driver of an autonomous artist to be engaged? And thank you for bringing up queering and decolonization.
Well, for me, yeah, let's think. So you're saying two things, like you're saying like the kind of like the opposites of autonomy and social engagement. I experienced it very much when I was graduating. I was already setting up the first free cafe, but hell no, I could graduate with that. That was impossible. Like social design was still a dirty word back then. So I think as artists, we can really revisit the way that we think about autonomy in terms of detachment from others. Like this is a very individualistic idea that we can separate our thoughts, separates our visions from the society that we gear art onto. Because art, as more than anything else in this world, has the opportunity to create a point of view and claim that it's true and let other people experience it. So what better way to use this unique ability that you have as an artist to use it, literally put it on the line for creating a little bit of a utopic future, you know, create the vision here and now and let people experience it so that they start believing in it. So for me, that really was a drive that, as an artist, I discovered that I had a certain power, in a sense. Because also when people look at your artwork, they're gonna try and grasp this idea of what you're trying to say. You know, on one hand, people hate it, but on the other hand, it offers a really unique opportunity. That is, people will look at something and try to listen. And this is really where this puts you in a position that you have a stage, that you have a voice, and that people will try to physically or mentally actually step out of their own point of view. And for me, then, that combined with realizing what an insanely privileged situation it was in, that I was raised in, born in, live in, and that I did not have to fight for necessity, you know. Through my privilege, I could always fight for opportunity and create extra, but for me, the necessity was not in my own experience. And that was really a friction between those two, that I felt like, okay, so you have the power to take the stage, to create an experience, to move forward as a society. But then again, I'm in such a privileged position that from my own experience, like there's only down pretty much. So I realized that I just had to dismantle my own privilege in order to find out what it is that we need to fight for as artists, because I think as artists we have a responsibility to be at the forefront of society, to try and always find what's around the corner, beyond the horizon. That's a responsibility. We're visionaries, right? So for me, those two things combined, so dismantling my own privilege and taking the stage as an artist and using that as a tool, as a human tool, that's kind of what got me going.
Anything to add?
The two artists from Gospel.
Two artists. I study philosophy, by the way. I like to say two things, and then I really love to hear from Mariana, who studies sustainable development. One thing that I learned from the Jan Hartord, who was working on this rural development from the Economic Affairs, Ministry of Economic Affairs of Dutch government, and he said, like, while the number of farmers has been decreasing over the last 3 decades, number of artists increase is proportional. So old days we had farmer always in our direct ecosystem, and now we have artists. So I think artists are a problem. And another one is partially related to your question, because I was thinking long about efficiency. Because I think like this diagram, Tina, you gave is really, really useful, but this part, the efficiency out of utility and equity, because we have been extremely inefficient at school. Or we witness and many inefficiencies. Still we are witnessing, and maybe it can be artistic privilege that we can experiment with inefficiency and failure, but we instead offer feeling.
But you're projecting it on the wrong element.
Okay.
You're talking about being inefficient in practice, but it's about the efficiency of resource management. That's something
Efficiency,
else.
yeah, okay.
So
Inefficiency.
you have to make sure that your resource doesn't disappear, and if you want to do that in an efficient way, it's all up to you. But as long as your resource is efficiently managed, if it's not disappearing, then you're okay. If you want to spend more time on that, then you need to, but the result is a stable resource, then it's fine. You're just going to spend more time on it.
So, yeah, thank you for the clarification.
I heard it before, so maybe I should have.
Yeah. Because I was thinking that I like to think of efficiency indeed in relation to common resource that cover the planetary dimension, because our common resource, natural resource, definitely depleting. So there's something wrong in current model of the governance. So, yeah.
It is about resource efficiency. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to add anything?
I just want to maybe highlight what you already mentioned, that we are trying to codify or conceptualize the commons in the past decades, but the commons have been being practiced in the rest of the world and are still being practiced. And this is not very visible, or not, maybe not even framed as commons. And because there is a lack of translation and lack of communication. So I agree with you that it is very optimistic now that we're working in networks and there is this exchange in knowledge. And this is also something we see in our networks as CASCOM with other organizations from the rest of the world, especially in the South. And yeah, that's what I want to say.
We have, yeah, please.
So when resource is depleting, so there's a crisis, then we can allow a form of dictatorship in the commons through common agreement by the members, for instance, or it always should follow all the other utility in equity.
I think, well, yeah, we can talk a lot about this over a long time. I'm not sure if you have this, but the essence of putting it in this diagram is that when you're looking for a resilient organization, then things have to be in balance. Yeah. So maybe you can try it for a while to act as a dictator, but you're not going to have the equity imbalance. So people who who step into this type of institution expect to have a say in how the resources are being managed, and this in turn for an equitable part of the resource. So if the resources are being depleted, in the end, we'll have reduced utility, and then you as a group will have to decide how to deal with depleted resources. But yeah, this is one step I think too far.
Well, I think like okay, I'm learning a lot from you all, so thank you very much. I think what I'm getting to now is that I would like to kind of co-define what resources mean, because so many. I think that's where the kind of like slight differences between our perspectives lie. Because resources can be like a material good, it can be food, it can be land. So that's kind of like the classical way of looking at commoning, reappropriating that, looking at the needs, redistributing. But it can also be a situation, so it can be safety, it can be equality amongst a group of people that are involved, like safety is a resource. We literally pay to be safe. But it's also information, so it's like who participates, because the more diverse, I hate the word, the more inclusive your group is and the more type of perspectives you have, the more information you have. And the more knowledge you have. So it can also be that if certain demographics of people are missing, then you're actually missing vital resources because you're missing vital information. So I think that would be like, that's what I'm definitely going to think about tomorrow all day, like how to really kind of map what type of resources can be used in commoning and how to, systemize that a little bit. Instead of taking the humans out of the resource and putting them in the commoners, how to include them, their knowledge, their position, and their safety.
We're almost nearing the 2-hour session. And you're already now or 3 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, now. Last sentences. Then I'm not going to do this last question because it would take probably another 5 or 10 minutes. Then I would like to thank our speakers a lot. Please give them a warm hand. I'm going to read them all out to you. Brechtje Hameling, Tine de Moor, Ivan Kano, and then Mariana Taku and Bina Choi. Thank you so much for being here. This was the advent of the Commons, the third wave. Let's hope for it. Let's exchange email addresses. We can go farming, artists. We can build houses, etc., and read your books, obviously. Thank you so much for being in this second session, and see you later after the break. My
and for having patience with our rather short break, but you're all here on time, so thank you very much. So this panel is alternative forms of reciprocity. As the previous two panels have noted, we're living in a time of multiple intersecting crises: inequality, mass migration, food insecurity, the corona pandemic, and climate change. In increasingly diverse and divided societies, the question then is, how can we possibly build the solidarity required to confront these challenges together? This panel tries to answer these bold questions from the ground up by offering humble examples from practitioners and academics. Our style will be slightly different to other panels. I'm going to open by offering a historical and theoretical context, and then I'll introduce the 5 inspiring academics and practitioners who will explain their visions and how they put them into practice. And finally, following our discussions, I still need to discuss with Angus whether he will be putting his vision into practice for us here today. But during the borrel, possibly Angus, and in addition, Roosmarijn van Soest and Isabel van der Meijden, I apologize for my terrible Dutch pronunciation, will organize a clothes swap. And subsequently, Anubhav, Kanpal's team at Conscious Kitchen, will provide us with dinner. So that context I mentioned. In his famous but heavily criticized Gemeinschaft und Gesellschaft, Ferdinand Tonnes argued that societies had moved from an organic solidarity rooted in long-term bonds, shared beliefs, and mutual aid, to a mechanical solidarity rooted in short-term, self-serving interests. This launched a theme that has remained central to social theory ever since. Collectively regarding something as sacred is crucial to solidarity. Similar themes were later taken up by Benedict Anderson, who in his exploration of the formation of the nation suggested that pan-European religious symbolism was slowly complemented or replaced by symbols of the nation. Historians have continued to see some form of religious or aesthetic unity as crucial to binding societies, serving obviously famous and notorious examples as a powerful basis of unity in Nazi Germany and in communist Russia, but as well as for the rebuilding of a socially democratic Europe that wanted to see off this dual threat. Faith and flag have thus always seemed to serve as a crucial glue. From this perspective, it might be thought that without shared beliefs and symbols, shared histories and languages, we will not have the resilience required to meet the challenges facing us today, from inequality to food insecurity to climate change. Yet today, these supposedly older forms of unity seem to have been outgrown. In terms of faith, the last 50 years in Western societies has seen a rapid rise in diversity, brought about partly by migration, partly by the large-scale rejection of Christianity. In terms of flag, new global imaginaries have emerged such that many people feel more connected to, for example, black people fighting for social justice in America than they do with, as another example, Dutch companies requesting a government bailout. All this was true of some pioneers 200 years ago, but today it's much more widespread. In some sense, a new global imaginary is just what we need to meet global challenges. But on the other hand, meeting global challenges often requires action in very local places. And this requires levels of trust between people of very different religious, national, and political starting points. In this context, the question is, what are the alternative visions of solidarity and reciprocity that will bring people together? If much of the grand theory is correct, it puts us in a troubling position. It suggests that we might need to cultivate a core culture and history, akin to the, sorry for the Dutch pronunciation again, Canon van Nederland, or Dutch historical canon. that serves as a basis for cultural unity and a benchmark for including outsiders. Or, more extreme, we may end up endorsing something akin to Eric Kaufmann's emphasis on protecting white culture. To stress that this glorifies oppression, domination, and exclusion is correct, but it also misses another point. It also glorifies the cultures that have sustained the very self-interested and unsustainable practices we need to be putting behind us. From this perspective, real solidarity is always intersectional. So is there an alternative? In my view, an important answer to the question of how to bring people together across multiple differences to stand up to the great challenges facing us at present, from inequality to climate change, comes from community-based practitioners that are putting faith and flag to one side, not only because they believe in a higher sense of unity beyond or before these, though they often do, but also because these ideas never really meant that much to them in the first place. This is one reason that I went to Vancouver, Canada, to explore ethnographically the meaning-making processes of community organizers who happen to be non-religious. To be clear, these are not people that radically reject religion or who see atheism as important to their identity, but just people who, for whatever reason, as they came of age, never ended up going to church, synagogue, mosque, gurdwara, or whatever, and who, if pushed, do not believe in a higher power that can intervene in the world. Vancouver is a great place to explore these people because from its beginnings as a British colonial outpost, preachers were exasperated by settlers' lack of interest in going to church. For this reason, for at least 4 generations, people have experienced relatively little pressure to go to church, and instead have found what answers they need for themselves, to some extent. I chose community organizers because, just like the people sat around me now, they are people who devote an extraordinary amount of their working and free time to building solidarity and reciprocity in their community. I spent time with 40 such organizers over the space of a year, trying to understand the belief and meaning-based sources of their action. But what I found time and again was that if they believed in anything, it was in the value of a practice. If correct, what this means is that we do not need to first cultivate shared beliefs or histories, which subsequently build the necessary trust to act together. Instead, we can build trust through the practice of trusting people, with our time, with our labor, and most importantly, with our good faith. This is what I call an ultimate meaning of practice. Because I don't have much time, I want to tell of some conversations with just 2 people that brought me to this idea. The first was Trevor, a 40-something trade union activist of European descent. I asked him if there was anything like religion driving him. I guess this goes in a way back to the question Jay was asking about what drives people. I've returned to that theme again and again, he said. What motivates me? If it isn't faith, which it's definitely not, what is it? My biggest motivator is a strong sense of solidarity with people and how powerful that can be. It works for me something like a religion might for other people, and I do find it very comforting. At first, this might sound like just some secular version of an abstract faith. But Trevor goes on to distinguish between the solidarity he was taught in his trade union and the solidarity that motivates him. He goes on, people learn their solidarity in unions in a kind of rules-based way. Don't cross a picket line. Never cross a picket line. It's drilled into you, right? Solidarity, as important as it is in the union movement, is a bit, well, it lacks a kind of emotional or heartfelt quality, a human touch. And I love the idea of a kind of, not a stateless society, but sort of citizens doing the right thing, not because of rules. I've always wondered, is it possible? Trevor is seeking a more profound and personally transformative solidarity that infuses how we relate to every individual we encounter, rather than a policy-driven solidarity which he suggests is as dehumanizing as the capitalism he's fighting. Janie, a 20-something community activist of Chinese descent, tells how she came to a similar insight. When I started working with Chinatown Together, I was frustrated by how slowly everything developed. I'd be sitting down and having long conversations with elderly women, and half the time I was, and still am, bringing them huge jugs of milk. We end up in conversations about their lives and rarely get to discussing politics or action. But then I came to realize that having strong non-instrumental relationships is an antithesis to capitalism. Not just forcing people to sign petitions, we should be building the microcosm of the kind of society we want to live in. That's why I think it's important not to be issue-based. In that process, you can forget why you are fighting against a particular policy or system, because it interrupts social life. Now I feel like I'm constantly making new grandmas. In the case of both Trevor and Janie, they seem to be yearning for a more intimate connection based on what I follow Bev Skeggs calling the gift of attention over time. In each case, it's the practice of doing solidarity, in Trevor's case wrongly, that inspires a change in attitude. A change in practice comes before a change in culture. But this does not mean that values don't matter. Clearly, both Trevor and Janie believe in solidarity. It's just that the word on its own doesn't mean all that much. Based on these reflections, I want to suggest that before we knee-jerk back to core culture, which we know to be deeply dangerous, why not instead look to shared practices as a source of solidarity in themselves? To this end, it seems to me that a much more inclusive and powerful way to proceed is to ask the people already building alternative forms of solidarity and reciprocity to tell us their stories and their practices. With this in mind, the AltVisions team and I have brought together some of the people whose work inspires us, both in the 3-day period and now, in the hope of hearing from them what does and does not work in building reciprocity, and hopefully we can build our values from their practices. So to start with, Yuri Oudson is a campaigner with Den Haag Fossilvrij, again, the Dutch accent, and has been invited here in his capacity as a board member of timebank.cc, or just timebank? Timebank.cc. Yuri has worked in various functions to improve the quality of education. His focus is on helping The Hague and its people prepare for the rapidly changing world. This requires transitions in the areas of the economy, employment, sustainability, and finance. He works for a city where citizens are central and take initiative, where the municipality is subservient, and where everyone can get involved. Please welcome him.
Yeah, I will. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe you want to introduce the whole panel first.
No, I'll go one at a time.
Okay. Yeah. I'm talking for Timebank CC. The CC is officially it's Coconut Islands, but we prefer it to be a community currency. So that's why we chose .cc as a internet name. And what we do is we share our time. I do something for an hour for him, and he does something for an hour for her, and she does something for an hour for her. And that way, you can share knowledge, you can share practices, the things that you understand, the things that you are happy to do, and you can exchange with a quite clear equality-based idea, because I'm doing something during an hour, and someone else does it for an hour as well. So that's the basic idea that we are following. The beauty of our system especially is that we decided that you cannot have a debt, because debt in our society is forcing people to do stuff because they still have to do something from the past. And we don't want the past to rule the future. So we decided there cannot be debt, which is for a monetary system, because an hour is quite a difficult thing. We do have a bank account, so if you work for someone else, the person that you worked for will transfer 1 hour of their time from their bank account to mine. And I will do the same for someone else. Now, in any economy, every hour or every euro or every whatever has to be created. So if you don't have debt, there's no one being in minus. So how can you create the first hours to start with? Well, we decided that it has to be based on the fact that if someone pays you an hour, you are sure that they worked for that hour an hour as well. So what we decided is that you can only make hours, first of all, when the economy needs them. If there's enough hours to circulate then we are not going to create any hours. But if there is not enough because we are growing or because people are going to do bigger stuff or they are going to use it much more often, then you need more hours. And if that happens, we can only create hours by assigning as a group tasks, things that we can do that profit for the community. And those tasks, if you do them, you are earning a newly created hour. And that way we have a really, really clear basis of reciprocity, because I can only give you an hour if I worked for it. So that's a really big trust in the whole thing. And we see our bank account sort of as an investment in this community. If you have 8 hours on your bank account and everyone decides like, I'm gonna quit, I don't want to do anything anymore. You cannot do anything with those 8 hours anymore. But if you see it as an investment in the community, you've invested 8 hours to make this community work as long as we need it, as long as we value it, and then it makes clear that works. Now, because we have to create these hours, and it takes quite some effort for people to create an hour, it's also really important for us to decide that we don't want these hours to be on a savings deposit or something. We need them to be circulating. Usually, you have all kinds of different things that you want to use money for. And we only want to use it for exchange. So if you have 8 hours and you're doing some stuff, that's fine, that's nice. But if you're having 100 hours on your bank account, you're like this big asshole in our community. Because 100 people worked an hour to create these hours for our community to exchange stuff, and you just keep them there and nothing happens with it. So if you have 100 hours, start spending them. And we have some rules that we can also make negative tax and stuff and whatever, but we're with a community of about 500 active people and a little bit more than 1,000 people in general. And if you haven't done anything for 2 years, you're going out of the system. So it still works this way in a practical sense. But we still have to keep telling people, don't save up hours, even if that's totally logical from a Euro perspective or whatever, but you're stealing hours from our community. And it's fine if you want to move to another place and you need 5 people to work for a day for you to help moving stuff, then it makes sense to have 100 hours at the start of that period. So then it's fine to do that. But don't do this in a general way. So that's a little bit of our economy thing, but it also is really much based on how can we do these things together. It's really a currency to exchange stuff, and it's not a currency as a currency that you just put on your bank account or better safe than sorry or things like this. Now, the beauty about this 1 hour for 1 hour is that there's still a lot of things that can be done, but it's based on the scale of your economy. We are sort of a really small village. If you're a rocket science specialist, there's no one in the village that wants your expertise. So there is very highly qualified people that cannot earn any hour with their qualifications because we're still a very small village. The other way around, if you're handicapped and it takes you an hour to pour a cup of tea, no one will ask you to pour a cup of tea because I can do it in a minute. Or I can hire someone else that can do it in a minute. So it's not a solution for society in general. There's still people in our community that can be poor because they cannot do as much in an hour as someone else. But because we have a relatively small community, that's much easier. And because we have a community of people that start to learn each other, and they are all sort of these creative people that understand that this is a beautiful way of exchanging with each other, and they like the idea of doing this. And it's sort of a selection of really social people, and it's sort of a selection of people that really want this kind of things to work. So as a small community, it works. When we grow bigger, there's much more that we can do. But if we're growing too big, this social selection is gonna be lost. So it's not only about the fact that we are doing this time stuff, it's also about the size of our community. Do you know each other, or do you know who knew who, or what's happening like this? And I think that's one of the reciprocity and solidarity things that's maybe even more important than the idea of we're doing this as Time Bank, or we're doing this as... Because the most active people that know each other very well, they just do it as friends now. They don't want to use Time Bank in between each other anymore, because you're friends, you're exchanging it like this. But still there's this skill around it that it works with. For the principle of how are we going to change this society, I still would like to do some remarks. We have some really basic principles on how the money works, and we have some people that really have a lot of knowledge about economics and about things like this. But we also decided from the beginning that everything we do has to be open source. So if you want to start your community, you can join us, but you can also just start your own. It's copy-paste and start it. Make your own set of rules. And to us, that's really, really important. It's like hell of a job. It's lots of work. And if you're with 3 people, just do it together. Don't think of a system to do this like. So you already need like a certain size to make it useful. But still, it's, I think, a really big and important principle to share all the tools that you use, all the things that you know, all the experiences that you have, and make them available for another community to start using it as well. Because I think that in the end, that's the way that we can really change the world. We can change the world not by making one specific, very good design of how things should happen, but we can do this by being able to copy-paste, to take our ideas, to mingle them, to adjust them to the specifics of another group, and make it happen that way. And by starting your own group and by knowing a lot of people within your group, you have like all the different roles of inventing how this happens, of keeping things together, that are part of a group anyway, and that's really important for a group to function. So it's also a social thing. Like if everything has been designed and stuff, you just start using it, you're probably lacking some people that really would like to take the initiative, or really are going to motivate people like, oh no, but we have to save this, or things like this. So I think that's also a really, really important thing for a society, to have this copy-paste thing. And then non-time banking remark that really addresses this topic. I think that it's really important in a lot of different organizations and in a lot of different situations that we are able to still see and understand the whole chain of where does something come from. If we have anonymous grain, if we have anonymous clothes, if we have anonymous whatever, it's not possible to influence, and once it's not possible to influence anymore, we become lazy and we won't do this. But if you know the person who's making your coffee, and there's one sailboat going to South America every year to bring coffee, and when it's gone, and we next year there will be coffee again, then you start thinking like, okay, what's happening to him? And how can we improve it that way? And then you have all these human values that come back in any organization, but as long as we know each other and as long as we understand each other. And once we get too big a corporation, there will be this corporate interest that becomes more and more important, and the people less important. Thank you.
Thanks, Yuri. That was absolutely wonderful. All the parallels to the previous panel as well, I'm sure, got people excited. But without getting too excited, I'm wondering if people just have clarification questions for Yuri. So nothing too theoretical or critical at this stage. Yeah?
The second question is much easier. Yeah? Oh, yes.
Thank you. Yes, sorry about that. So the question was, first of all, if you are lacking somebody with a particular skill, do you actively go out and search for them? And because I forgot this was my duty, I also forgot the second question.
How many hours?
And how many hours do you work towards the system for each week? Thank you. And thanks, Fernando.
The second is easy. I'm quite central in the organization, so there's lots of things that I can exchange. It differs a lot. Sometimes it's really a full week that I'm doing a project that's being paid in hours, and other weeks hardly anything happens. So it's really difficult to say like, okay, this is the kind of hours that I do, but probably it will be an average between 2 and 4 every week that I'm using it. The first one, it's a little bit wider answer than you asked for, but it's also a chance for me to explain this. We started as an art project. There was an artist who thought like, whoa, exchanging time is a really, really interesting concept. Let's do this as a concept. And actually it's in this building in Stroom that this artist came and explained the whole thing. And they went to 7 or 8 cities in the world. And everywhere they had a small program that you can exchange stuff and whatever, but no one used it. It was just something like, okay, hey, that's nice. And there was a small group of people here that said like, okay, that's nice, but let's start using it. So that's how the whole thing started. And that's the worst way to start, because everyone here is interested in arts. So most people in your community are artists that want to share their artist skills and they need someone to carpent or to make something or whatever. So that's like an example of how it can go wrong, and that's the design from the beginning. How are you going to do this, and how is it going to fit together?
That's great. Yeah,
now we had a second thing, and that was a big advantage. That was that these artists were from New York and from Berlin, so they used English as the main language, and their program was in English. And when we started, it was easiest to just use the English language in that sense. But because we have this huge expat community in The Hague, there was a lot of people that could use English as a language. Well, in the Netherlands, a lot of people can do anyway. But there's also a lot of expats with expertise that just pop in here. They don't know anyone. They want to share their expertise, and they want to have new people around. So that was our main way of being able to be a successful small community, because there is so much difference in things to do. So we are not actively searching for this painter, but we do have a market where you can just say, like, okay, I'm searching for this kind of things, and we're posting, like, on paper on some places in the city, like, someone searches for this. So in that sense, we are helping this. It's much more like promoting the idea of Time Bank, but we're using real examples of people that are searching or offering stuff to make that easy. In that sense, it's easier for a painter to join than when it would be a totally closed system.
Thanks so
that
much.
would be the answer.
Thanks so much, Sherry. Sorry, we don't have time for more at the moment. We can go into more afterwards. I now have to introduce you to Dr. Angus Mole, who is an assistant professor at the Leiden University Centre for Digital Humanities and a co-founder of Value, a foundation that develops and supports initiatives at the interface of academia and video games. Before that, he worked as the digital strategy coordinator for the Prince Claus Fund for Culture and Development. And in his research, he combines studying heritage and history with a digital approach, with the question of how today's digital cultures are entwined with our past. In particular, he looks at how contemporary play functions as a mirror of our past, as well as how games can be used to democratize access to the past. And with that, I'll hand you over to Dr. Angus Mole.
Thanks, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am an academic, so as academics are wont to do, I'm going to tell a story using a PowerPoint, right? And as academics are wont to do, in this story there will be bearded men from long ago, and there will also be some zombies as well, and polar bears. So the reason for that is that I'm an academic that's also been trying to break out of the ivory tower for a bit and take academic practice or knowledge in general into the playground. Does this work? Do I have to point somewhere, or where is the device? There we go. So I was very happy to see this book lying in the bookstore just now, and I was very happy to hear about the Time Bank, which is also in this book, right? Because just before the story about the Time Bank, there's a little excerpt from Marcel Mauss, who is, I think, one of the most influential scholars from the 20th century that maybe too few people read. At the same time, you know, it's an idea that is ingrained within his essay that many people have sort of taken to heart, right? And that's the idea of gift giving, the idea of reciprocity as an obligation, as something that is required of us, right? That's the question that Marcel Mauss in his original essay sur le don from 1924-25 tries to answer. So why do, in this case, you know, we're talking early 20th century anthropology, societies of a backward type, as he called it, engage in gift giving in particular, and what happens with this gift giving? Why do we give? Why do we receive the gift? And why do we give it back? So this is a question that I think everybody sort of understands within our general economy, but at the same time, it's something that I think very few of us live by. When we get a gift, we don't really ask ourselves, like, why am I accepting this gift? Do I have to give a gift back at some point in the future? Most of the time, it's just simply not something that you do, right? For example, you know, when you overload your kids with gifts on their birthday, that's not something you're going to enter into. And I think still I haven't figured out where to point to. Yes, go ahead. And I think one of the things that has happened with this particular question, which has become very influential in economic anthropology and through that also in economy, but also in archaeology, material culture studies, lots of different places, it was very much grounded, that question, in an understanding of the tit-for-tat society to begin with. Something that was very much coming, and this is where my own background is in Caribbean archaeology, the study of the pre-colonial as well as the colonial Caribbean, former colonial encounters as bartering merchants, or maybe even just colonizing powers, extracting powers, going to other places in the world, places that were often built on other types of understanding of reciprocity than we were having. So, right, that's a nice example from the De Brij, an etch from De Brij. Hobbes' Leviathan is also very much based on this general idea that if there's no obligation in our coming together, in our solidarity, what's going to happen? Things are going to, in Hobbes' vision, the philosopher Hobbes, are going to fall apart, right? And the same thing is something that you also see in many early ethnographic and even nowadays still ethnographic studies about the idea of reciprocity, the idea of that there's very much this obligation in there. I think one of the people that has very nicely taken this particular idea to task is the anthropologist David Graeber, which unfortunately I heard has passed away today. Yes, yeah, in a hospital in Venice. So that is a very sad bit of news. If you don't know of his work, then definitely something to check out. There's any entry that you could do, but if you're particularly interested in reciprocity, then the first 5,000 years is just...
I have really problem to follow you. I think it's because of noise, but maybe I'm the only one. Could you speak a little slower?
Slower, absolutely. I will try my absolute best. And I don't have a voice in the back of a mouth in the back of my head, but I will try even to speak a bit closer into the mic. Is this better for you? I just get very happy.
I'm gonna move here.
All right, that works even better. And I can look at you now. We can engage as people. Wonderful. So I was very much busy in my own PhD thesis with these type of questions. I was looking at the social networks of the pre-colonial Caribbean. And then something happened. The zombie apocalypse happened, to be precise. Could you...
Yeah, I think pointed at this box. Over here.
Can you also manually...
Just press the side arrow.
Yeah. You know what? It's not on. That's a good... Here you go. I do computers for a living, right? That's the first thing to check. The on button. Yes, exactly. So the zombie apocalypse happened. At least the zombie apocalypse happened in a particular game called DayZ, in which quite literally the zombie apocalypse has happened, and you're a survivor by yourself out on the beach. And it's this very Hobbesian type of society, right? You're just there. There's danger everywhere. Other people around you are potentially only your enemies, right? These are all other human players as well as zombie NPCs. But what I found while I was playing this particular thing, I continuously found the thing that I was trying to sort of get away from by playing, and that's that question of reciprocity and solidarity. Yes, that's much better. One of the things that I found continuously happening is, of course, there was a lot of violent play going on, people shooting each other, people shooting zombies, etc. But there was also a lot of playful gift partying going on. People coming together, this is an online game, right? And just exchanging their stuff together and even creating little economies of values. For example, there was a very, in terms of gameplay, very inconsequential can of soda that became the most valuable traded commodity, or not even a traded commodity, it's the most valuable thing to have as a player and to give away to somebody else, the most valuable gift in a way. So, and a game like this, I don't know if any of you here are also playing games or online games. This is not a rare occasion, right? This happens continuously while we play, particularly while we play with other people. And I think there's definitely something in the simple aspect of play itself, something that once has also already been pointed out by other older people, right? The idea of play as this magic circle, this playground where you go where there's not really supposed to be any material interest. I mean, we all know that can happen with play, right? But there's no profit in playing itself. And very much, as Huizinga, the great play scholar at Leiden University at least, has pointed out, play is a type of freedom. So one of the things that after sort of being interested in reciprocity and all that sort of stuff, that was very liberating for me is to think about reciprocity while playing. And particularly that, that can literally take the form of gift giving, but it can also take the form of simply sharing play spaces together, creating, not necessarily networks, but literally creating playgrounds together. So one of my favorite things to do as part of the Value Foundation is to do that on the basis of sharing and co-creating heritage together in the game Minecraft, which, if you don't know it, it's more or less like a form of digital Legos. You can just sort of make everything that your mind comes to. So how we do that is we just take a bunch of computers and we go to a museum or a gallery or a library, doesn't really matter, any place where people can come together for free. And we play Minecraft together, and we'll exchange a little bit of our knowledge of the past. We are all archaeologists or historians. And then people come with their own imaginations of what the past is about. And it's, in that sense, it's very far removed from gift giving, right? But it is this type of reciprocal relation in which you just engage in a co-creative type of practice. And it's wonderful. It's not only, because that's often what we're being asked, like, what are your educational aims, etc. It's not really about that. It's really about free play. It's really about coming together as a bunch of academics with often a bunch of kids and just trying to creatively imagine the past together. And Minecraft is, I think, a wonderful playground for creating new types of solidarities and initiatives. For example, one of the more recent ones is the Uncensored Library. It's a server, it's an online Minecraft map where there's thousands and thousands of books that are simply censored, also via the regular World Wide Web in certain places in the world. If you go there, you can actually still read those books, but then in Minecraft. Because Minecraft it's a game, right? It's not something very serious, so we're not going to be censoring that sort of stuff. And I think I'm going to be running out of time, so I'm going to move. I'll try to speak slowly, but I'll move quickly. I think that we tend to forget in our current society, digital society, that at the roots of our digital cultures was very much this playful, co-creative kind of thing, right? The hacker initiatives of the 70s and the 80s were very much based on this coming together and free exchange, playful exchange. One of the absolutely most wonderful communities, online communities still around, Lambda Mu, basically a multiplayer, not a game, but a multiplayer world, a virtual world in which people can come together and create a society together, have been living in this society for ever since the mid-80s. So that's probably the longest living online community to date. And you see all these co-creative practices and these open social relations, not necessarily built on the tit-for-tat type of reciprocity. And of course, the simple idea of information wanting to be free is also very much coming from that playful start of digital culture. And right now, if you think about it, we live very much in the land of plenty. When it comes to reciprocity, in our social media networks, for example, there's not really any need for it. I like you, you like me, we all like each other. It's not a resource, right? Maybe a resource of time, but in terms of, it's not going to cost me anything. It's not going to cost me an hour of my time to like something else. But at the same time, of course, the reality of that is that information also wants to be expensive, and that that seeming freedom is, of course, underlain very much by the hidden tit-for-tat network sort of resources in our social networks. That we are giving away our personal information, that we're giving away quite literally your time and all sorts of other things, or friends, quite literally, to these big tech networks that have their roots still in that playful digital moment in the late 70s and 80s. So my particular vision that I was coming with here is basically through the zombie apocalypse and back again, is that I think it's one of the things that we want to do more, and particularly in our digital societies, but I think in society as large, it's play more, really focus on that playful co-creative nature of it. So less about social networks and liking each other, and more about, not about information economies, but really about digital playgrounds. The idea of a gamer locked away in their basement. No, let's open that up, right? Let's open up and realize that as humans we play and we can create very cool stuff together. And at the same time, and I think I absolutely love the timing, because to me it sounds a lot of fun, and it sounds almost like a game, right? It's this little sort of playground within larger society where you create a couple of rules together and you follow them, right? In a way that's very game-like. And I think there's many sort of games like this to be found in our society, and maybe they don't really always look like games, but they could be playful for sure. And engage with that in a sense of fun, creativity, and freedom. I think those are the types of things that we are going to be needing more of, and are sort of values that I think we should keep to. I can definitely, for drinks, show some of the stuff that we co-created together with the participants of Minecraft, of the Minecraft things. That's something that I can do on a laptop, or maybe we can even hook it up to one of the screens, if there's people interested, but there's absolutely no obligation to watch me go take a tour through Minecraft. But yeah, sure. All right, thanks.
So in terms of these clarification questions, thank you very much, Angus. I'm really thinking if people say, did you say Minecraft or Mindcraft? So that kind of thing, rather than going into the theory. So do people have any kind of clarification? Why can't I say that word? Clarification questions of that nature, where there's something you misheard, or that you weren't sure if he intended to say what he was saying? Yes.
Yes, that's David Graeber. David Graeber, he's an anthropologist working, an economic anthropologist, quote unquote, but very much working from anarchist values. Absolutely a wonderful body of work he has left us.
Thank you. Yeah. So then moving on to Isabel van der Meijden and Roosmarijn van Soest, who found each other on Instagram in 2019 through a shared passion for sustainable fashion. Isabel already gave sewing lessons in The Hague, while Rose had just graduated from the Willem de Koning Academy, and they were both looking for a studio. I've taken this from the L article. They first occupied several anti-squatting properties until they realized there had to be a real business focused on sustainable fashion. They finally found that building in the Boekhorststraat in The Hague and started the sewing shop, a place where you can repair clothes, rent or buy a sewing machine, take sewing lessons, visit sustainable events, buy sustainable local products, and much more. In other words, not a sustainable fashion store, but a sustainable fashion community.
Okay, so that's what we wanted to tell in the first place. But now we're going to skip a lot. That's easy. Is this button? Which one is it? Oh, this. So, well, this is us. And yeah, it's just told, but maybe word piece then? Just start here. Yeah. Why we started in IRI.
So we shared a common interest for sustainable fashion because we live in a fast fashion world right now, which means that a lot of big companies are producing a lot of fashion right now, clothes, and they want to launch collections every month. Which means a lot of clothes are being produced, which is really polluting for the world right now. And they only do that to make us buy a lot of stuff, which we don't need, of course. And that results that we don't see any value in clothes anymore. So if you buy, for an example, a shirt of €4 at the Primark or any shop, you don't see the value of your shirt anymore because it's only €4, so you throw it away very easily and you don't get attached to it. So we go for quantity over quality and we just keep on buying. And that results that fashion industry right now is the second most polluting industry in the world, which is really bad. Anything?
Yeah, and because there are so many clothes, we throw so many clothes away because we don't have the value anymore, and we are like, okay, we can just buy a new one in the store. So that's why we were a little bit shocked about this fact, and because we both were working on sustainable projects. Rose has her own sustainable fashion brand, and So can you tell me something about that?
Yeah, I was studying at Willem Koning, like you said, and fashion design, and I was thinking about, okay, how can I create sustainable fashion? And I was thinking about how a lot of people think that sustainable fashion is very expensive, and well, yeah, it has like some kind of looks that people don't like. It doesn't look very modern as the things you can buy at COS or any store. What I thought, I can create just some basics, but produce them very easily, so it doesn't take that much time, so we can create it in the Netherlands. When I get an order, I make it myself, and it doesn't take that much time because the design is very easy.
And this is also something we sell at the Bnijrij, but the most important things we do there is to help people in an easy way to be more attached to their clothing, and also with sustainable fashion. So we want to try to stop throwing away a lot of stuff. And at first we're doing that with sustainable events.
Yeah. So we started hosting sustainable events, like we did a movie night and readings. And besides that, we have the clothing swap like we're going to do today. So you hand in 5 or 10 pieces of clothing, and we check them on stains or holes, and everything is fine. We store them, and then when you come, you can take 5 pieces with you.
Yeah, and because there was so much left of all the clothing we had at that event, and there was so much good clothing we really liked, and we didn't know why people didn't take it. We now have a permanent swap rack, so you can well, you can always come by, and you with your ticket you can buy a ticket, and you can swap always whenever you want. So if you are done with something in your closet, you can just come by and swap it for something else. Yeah. And there are a lot of good pieces we have. So it's really nice because every time it's a good event, and every time people think, oh, I found something really great. So next time they will hand in again good pieces, and it will remain very good quality, and well, everybody's happy. So that's great.
And also, normally when you like try to refresh your wardrobe, you bring a lot of stuff to the thrift store, but apparently that doesn't really help because it ends up in a landfill. So this is a really nice way, if you get tired of your clothes, to exchange it with other young, or well, it doesn't matter how old you are, people.
Yeah, and we will have more to tell because, well, I'm just going to show the presentation. Maybe we can tell something more. Because we also, maybe it's also nice to tell, we also have a repair and upcycle cafe. So for everyone who's throwing a lot of stuff away, they can come by on Friday. And if you almost everybody has a staple of pairs of jeans or other clothing which has holes or something you have to repair, but it's something you won't do alone. And because it's just like, it doesn't cost really time, but you have to do it. But if you do it together, it's much more fun. So we have a repair cafe, and you can come by, and there we teach you how you can repair your clothes. In just 2 hours, you can or hem your pants or repair a hole in your pants. It's that. And that is what we told already. So that's what we do. We do a lot of sustainable things together because that makes it more fun, and we want to try to make it easier for people to come to us, like with the clothing swaps and everything.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. So we do have a little bit of time for clarification questions now. Sorry, Agnes.
But yeah, Brugge.
It's not really gratification. My question is, how do they earn their money?
For a clothing swap, you need to have a ticket, but you can use it the next time again. Do you hear me? And for the repair cafe, you pay per hour.
So they pay you something?
Yeah,
Okay.
but not.
We're not banking yet.
No, we're not in a time.
Sometimes we do, actually. But yeah, besides the swap and the repair cafe, we do a lot of other things.
Like your bag.
Yeah, like my bag. We were just asked to make bags out of T-shirts. The Corso Theater in the Prinsenstraat
For the AltFestival?
has a lot of old T-shirts, and we are making these bags right now. It's a really nice way to recycle stuff.
So you get
That's really cool.
assignments, and with the assignments you
Yeah.
Thank you very much, both. And with that, we'll move on to Anu. Do I pronounce Anu?
Anu's fine.
Okay. Anu Kanpal is the founder of Conscious Kitchen and a consultant on leadership, sustainability, and systems theory. Conscious Kitchen promotes sustainability through their efforts and operations. I hope I'm not doing that thing again of going over ground that you're wanting to go over. Thanks. Okay. Promotes sustainability through their efforts and operations of saving food from the local market in The Hague. The rescued food is then transformed into a delicious three-course meal, which brings internationals in The Hague together under one roof for a dinner to wind down, connect, and enjoy the experience. Further, during these dinners, staff try to raise awareness about and create action for social, environmental, and global issues. Anu.
Thank you. It's a bit strange. First of all, I also wanted to thank the organizers for setting up this panel, because like my mind is like bursting with connections. I think there's so much interrelatability between everyone.
Take it off.
Okay. Okay, I want to start with asking you guys a question. So, you see an apple here. With a show of hands, how many of you would buy this apple for 10 cents? Be honest. Yeah? 20 cents. 40. 50. 60 cents. One apple. It's organic. 80 cents. So a lot of people would still buy it for 80 cents. All right, you can put your hands down. Now, how many people would buy the same apple for 10 cents? Ooh. 20 cents. Yeah? Okay, so dramatically, I can see that even 20 cents is too much for this apple. So I think this apple stands for a symbol of our food system. It looks nice and shiny and delicious in the front, but in the back, it's wasteful, rotten, and, pardon my French, a bit fucked up. So, I think, one sec. Okay. Yeah, I think this was an example to show that how we put value on food, and that in turn says a lot about how we perceive food, and a lot of us perceive food as a commodity. And that leads us to the whole question of food waste. Can I have that? Thanks. Perfect. And so the whole, there was this story of a couple of students who went to the Haagsemarkt, and they saw actually this happening. They saw people throwing away large kilos and kilos of food, and basically not even batting an eye, and there was no emotional reaction even. So immediately they thought, okay, let's take this to a safe place. So they eventually did. They take it to a safe place, and they started giving it away first. And eventually the food that looked like a bit rotten, a bit, it's the discards or the rejects, it was given away. And then slowly it attracted a community of people who cared about what happens to the food. And this community started to develop the idea, they started to bring more people, they started to cook with it. People came and went, everyone left their contribution. And in the whole thing, there was no real monetary transaction involved. And then slowly, the dinners evolved, and the dinners were, as Tim summarized for me, which makes it easier, that the dinners were evolved to take rescued food, make a nice vegan meal out of it, and create a 3-course vegan meal for a bunch of internationals to enjoy. So this is our serving the food, and in a bit I'll take you into why this is important. So the whole idea of serving food to a large group of people, that really, for us, symbolizes a super important idea of community. And community in today's digital and individualized world is actually very much on the back burner. It's almost forgotten. Individualism has way more of a higher value than community. And that is something that was very weird to me because I come from India. And in India, community, especially like your family community, is super important. So coming here, I think that was something that really struck to me, but it's not just me, but there's also other people who also feel this lack of community, and that there is, aside from coronavirus, there's another pandemic, which is the loneliness pandemic, which has actually been going on for many years, and no one says anything on the news. The second thing that was very important, and I have to say I loved your presentation on that, is that everyone makes the food in a spirit of play. And also, like Tim, you mentioned earlier, the gift of attention versus the gift of time. And that's what I really think, if we take our focus onto food, that if you think of the best meal you've ever had, I can pretty much, most of you, if not all, would have had that meal made by a loved one instead of that meal that you bought. It's usually not a meal that you buy that's the best meal that you've had, but a meal that's been made with attention. And I think that attention that you put into cooking is the love that is called the mother secret ingredient. And this is something that actually naturally started to come up in Conscious Kitchen because volunteers would just volunteer their time and they'd get a free meal in the end. And the thing that they enjoyed most was not the free meal, but actually doing something with their hands and doing it with other people. And because of this, even vegetables that were actually not that delicious ended up creating a meal that was really, really delicious every time, every week. And I even started to wonder, what is it about it? But if, someone actually pointed out to me, just like everyone who cooks and who's serving, they just look really happy. And I think that just gives the food a good vibe or something. And I mean, it's theoretically, I didn't believe it at first, but as I saw it week in and week out for 3 years, it seemed to dawn on me that it does make sense, that attention is the secret ingredient that you can put in cooking. And really, what does that mean for our lives? Well, one last thing there. The leftovers of the food are also given away to a compost person, and also everyone who comes to the dinner can take food away. And the reason we do these also acts of reciprocity is to keep the community going. And the importance of community also lies in bringing it together and also doing activities together. Now, I think the things that in our society that at least bother me is something that even you mentioned and you mentioned and you mentioned, that we always do things for a purpose, that there's always a utilitarian motive behind everything we do. There's not a lot of play happening in the world. Like, for example, to my friends, I actually always say this, that I tell them I'm not going to work, I'm going to play. Because for me, my work is play. And I guess for you guys as well. You know, it's fun, and sometimes it's stressful, but yeah, sometimes a game can be stressful because you're really involved, you know. And so, in this case, for me, my process of cooking has always been very playful, and I always thought that cooking needs to be respected. Then I started to get introduced to agriculture and the way agriculture is done in the Netherlands or in a lot of places in the world. And growing food to make money seemed to me the most absurd thing that we're doing. Because food needs to be grown to first feed people, and secondly, it should be grown in a way that respects the food, that respects the growing process of the vegetable, and that respects the natural resources, and especially the land. The land for example, in the stats in the Netherlands, the topsoil quality has been reduced about 70 to 85% in the last 20, 30 years, which is a lot. And the Netherlands, being such a small country, is actually one of the largest exporters of food in Europe, which says a lot. Which is great, good efficiency and everything, but do we really want efficiency in our food systems? Or do we want authenticity? Do we want originality and actually a sense of naturalness? Like if you go to places off the beaten path in cities, in small villages, they don't have organic food because that concept doesn't exist, because all food is naturally organic. And the fact that we have a concept called organic food, what does that tell us about the food that we're actually eating, which is not organic? Why do people come to us? I think the idea, I think I said it, that the volunteers cook with love and the community is very inclusive. And the problems that I've faced in our organization, one of the main ones that I would like to point out was self-organization. And for me, this links very strongly to the idea of power, because we are naturally brought up to see hierarchies in society. And these hierarchies are somehow not even there. We project them to be there, even if they're not there. And there's a very nice quote that I like by Michel Foucault that says, power is everywhere because it comes from everywhere. And I think that is a very strong core concept of self-organization, that everyone holds power and it's not divided among people. It's not like there's 100 power and you get 5, you get 7, you get 12. There is just naturally power within each person. And that power coexists. It's not even shared. It would be coexisted. So that was one of the things that was very difficult, because as I tried to set up a structure for self-organized teams. It worked, but then each person who interacts in these self-organized teams, they change that structure. They change the process. And if you're acting in a non-hierarchical system with a hierarchical mindset, you make that system more hierarchical. That's just something that I realized. So eventually, I think for me it boils down to the fact that there is no power without responsibility. And that's why I think that with our current food system today, the way it's structured and the way we get our food, I think we're all to be blamed for it, because if we see that power exists everywhere, we're all equally powerful and we're not exercising our power. And why are we not exercising our power? Because we don't think we're responsible. We think someone else is responsible. We think maybe the farmers are responsible, maybe the collectives are responsible, maybe the supermarkets are responsible, maybe the politicians are responsible. But maybe we are responsible. Maybe we have to start taking our responsibility and expressing our power through our responsibility. Because for me, food is just so important that I cannot imagine living in a world where food is treated like this, where food is a commodity. For me, food is like higher than God, if God exists, ever. But I think that's why I think that for whatever change that we're going to create in society, we have to think that we have the power. As consumers, or as people driving social change, or as researchers, or as people doing artistic experiments, I think there is so much power in each and every one of us, and that comes with responsibility. And if we want our systems to change, we need to see that, I think. Yeah, thank you.
With that wonderful and inspiring closing, we're over to questions. I think we might end up running a few minutes over time, but as we do, Fernando will be handing hello. We'll be handing out drink tokens that you can use during the borrel, and then will your team come and explain kind of
the menu?
Yeah, I mean, would they like to? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then as we finish the questions, the Conscious Kitchen team will come and explain the menu, and then during the borrel, Angus may or may not introduce people to video games.
If we can hook up the laptop to some sort of screen that is, what we call hunkered down within
Okay, yeah.
That's the real hurdle here.
And Isabel and Rose will be organising the clothes swap. So with that, over to questions from you. Absolutely.
Because we're organising the clothes swap, but it's only you can swap if you already handed in your stuff. But next week on a Friday, we have a bigger clothing swap at the 9A. So if you weren't able to join today, you can come next week and buy a ticket on Facebook.
Thanks very much. So it's about reciprocity.
Yeah.
And with that, over to you for questions. I know I'm itching with some, but I will leave it to others first. Yeah?
I was just wondering about the Conscious Kitchen. First of all, congratulations. I've actually attended several years at the Conscious Kitchen. It was always really nice vibe. So I was wondering if you've actually considered expanding the project to other cities here in the Netherlands. Because, for example, both in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, there's also not. I don't think the markets there are as big as the one we have here. I might be mistaken. But I know that there are also markets there. I was wondering if you ever considered expanding.
Yeah, we did like 2 years ago, and then we realized that that can become quite corporate, because then there's one headquarters and then there's like some smaller things. And we thought of franchising it for free, that we just put the blueprint up there, anyone can just take it. Yeah, literally. But we also realized that there are so many of these initiatives all over the world in wasteful societies, I would say more. Like, depends, societies that create excess. There's always these initiatives that have naturally come up. So we don't feel the need to do that. And also due to the non-profit nature of this and the idea that this is more for the message, we just focus on The Hague, which is super international, so the message spreads.
Do other people want to talk about that? I know, Brechtje, for example, you talked about not expanding but multiplying earlier, and both of you, Angus and Yuri, have talked about kind of providing a digital commons. So is there something more you wanted to say about that?
Just to underline that in particular. So the problem is, of course, as you're also pointing out, that it can start to, you can start to run things like a franchise, and people will start to project those hierarchies onto originator of ideas, and it's particularly what you don't really want. Yeah. And there's also the flip side of that open source takes a lot of time. You have to prepare things in a specific way if you want to make things easily accessible. So and sometimes it's just really about spreading the message, but where value can, so where the foundation that I work for, where we can, we will try to do things open source. But at the same time, we're working, for example, when we work with Minecraft, this is not an open source program at all, in any sort of, but sometimes it doesn't, there's a lot of, especially in academics, there's a lot of idea about open source data, etc. It's become very, very important. But sometimes it's simply about the size of your community and how you can sort of create a sphere of influence, rather than particularly being about open source as some sort of a brand almost, right? So Minecraft is not open source, but the type of stuff that we do is then freely available to everybody who has some sort of Minecraft account available, for example. And when we do live streaming we play a game and we talk about it from a, an academic perspective or sort of how it treats the past. It's on Twitch, which is not an open source platform. It's owned by Amazon. At the same time, it's freely out there for everybody available. So sometimes it's not really about the open source because it can get in your way in a way. So I want to sort of underline what you just said there, right?
Oh yeah.
I agree, like everyone has to decide for themselves what's convenient and what's the core thing about it. To me, if you're like building an infrastructure that we want to like add on society and be able to be trusted, it's really, really important to use open source, not just for yourself, because usually it's a hazard, a lot of extra work to get it done like that. But it means that we as a community and we as a society of people own this stuff, and we can change it at the moment that we think that we have to do things differently. Like if you do this on Minecraft, you cannot say like, I don't like this city, I'm gonna build another city with another community. Or if everyone doesn't like, you cannot. They are probably not like Facebook fans for the idea of like it's good to be able to communicate, but not for the fact that you have to give away some of your data. But still, they're depending, and you're saying like you can see more details on Facebook. So if we are not really, really going to take that as a principle, I think that we are always going to have groups that in the end will be lost, or when we become dangerous for the society as we are. Like if community or the currencies would totally flop, we want to be prepared to have people at least change ours. You cannot buy a table with it or something like that. We depend on the internet, but we don't want anything else to be able to stop us at that moment. And I think that that's some kind of bigger picture that really, to me, is one of the very valuable things that we should not forget.
Thank you.
Even when playing.
I very enjoyed your speech because of your compassion for food. I feel very also passionate about food, so I'm happy to hear that you are trying to do something with that. I've been a farmer's daughter, and I've been a farmer for 23 years, and I feel very connected to food, and I still think it's very difficult to throw away something when I buy my food. And you told about, you said food should be for free. And something I've been thinking about that food should be for free in society. But then what's about the farmers? And how can farmers exist? And on the other hand, what exactly is your community? And how do you handle with money and with how do you exist?
I can clarify there. I didn't say food should be for free, but I said that we should not grow food to make money. There's no problem with making money there's no problem with food being a part of our economic system, where there's...
It's not the commercial attitude to food.
Right. Is there a good analogy here? I don't know. Like, you know, people on YouTube that they just create something, and then because they want to stay on YouTube, they have to keep creating something, otherwise they drop in the algorithm. So they just end up creating shit just so they can keep creating. It's like that with food, that we just end up keep creating it because we need to keep the sales up, the business company, whatever. There's large companies that distribute food, and they're the ones that deliver to supermarkets. And the thing is that there's like, for me, my connection with food, I never farmed, honestly. I'm just really bad with soil and stuff, but I always love cooking. I always just... Maybe, yeah. Like my mom, I love my mom's food, of course, but it was also just that I don't know, she said that I had a nose for it, like I could smell what was in the food, which is crazy. I don't believe that. But I think that connection to food just made me see that when I tasted what I thought was normal, I was tasting normal food in cities. I always grew up in cities, and then sometimes I would go off grid and work in a farm and something that, like, the difference of a taste of a tomato in Spain or here. It's massive. It's so big. And that just made me think like, huh, that's weird. And over the years, I kept thinking about it. So I think my idea was that the food can be part of the economic system, but like there is a certain level of responsibility with the people who are doing politics or policy making, because, for example, they're subsidizing like the oil industry or the airplane industry, but why not the food industry? And I think something has to happen in the food industry for people to realize that you can't let this industry fall. And also a lot of the ways we treat food also comes from historical context, where we've had famines and droughts in like in Ireland, or in the 20s, the economic depression, people didn't have enough food. So I think that sort of stays in people's minds also. But I think we need to have a more, there has to be a mix between exchanging, a little bit of play, and a little bit of these communities around food, maybe for people who like the same food, or people who like to grow food together, or people who like to sort food together. There's communities like these in Italy, which are basically just middlemen. They're not farmers, but they're not supermarket people. They just take the vegetables from the farmers, like a lot, and they make boxes out of them, and then they sell these boxes to people who sign up for the subscription, and whatever money they give to the farmers, some they keep for the community.
It's not an industry, but it's more than a service you give to
food as a service, yeah.
It's more a service than an industry that's just for making money, and it's with all industries, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's where capitalism has seeped into everything.
But what exactly is your community? You are talking about the community, but what is exactly the community?
I think our community is very dynamic. That for me,
for you, the community in which you work.
The
for me,
Conscious Kitchen community.
Yeah, for me, the Conscious Kitchen community for me would be the core team, the team that I work with the most. But it's the people who come to the dinners are also very much included. But there's a dynamic nature to all of them. So the people in the core team, they keep changing every few months. The people who come to the dinners, they're different every day, every week. And I think that also points to the nature of communities, that communities don't have to be static, but they're rather dynamic.
Roughly, you had a question.
Yeah, I have a question. I have one remark, if I may.
Absolutely.
Which, so I'm a farmer, agriculture we do, and what I find is that vegetables like wine, or grapes, as you wish, they have terroir. Terroir is the taste of the wine. Well, if you treat your soil well, and the soil actually has contact with the plants and vegetables, then the vegetables will have terroir. I think that one day maybe somebody could taste, oh, this is a tomato of Uushof, because it really tastes like this. Or no, this is a tomato that's grown on a sandy ground, because it tastes different. So that's why our current food doesn't taste like anything, because it's grown on soil that's dead. And if there's no connection of the plants with the soil, you will have no taste.
Yeah.
So that's a remark.
Absolutely.
And the other thing I was really interesting, because you said that you try to build let's say, not a hierarchical organization, and that your people that are working change it in a way to become hierarchical. So I think it's an interesting observation, and so maybe you can share a little bit more about that, because I struggle with that too. How can you build like communities and have people get really involved, and how you keep them not keep them involved, because that already is a hierarchical remark. So I'm really interested.
I think I can't. I have to find a way to say this which is not too complicated. I think this was I've had a long-standing interest in psychology, so for 10 years I've been studying it myself just because I like it. It's weird, you know. And then it was about 3 years ago that I started with Conscious Kitchen, and I was introduced to Lekker Nasa. And I started, and then I went to Italy to see some eco-villages, and I visited a couple of these initiatives. And I always saw this problem with the management. There was like something off, either the management hates the people who are working for them, or the people who are working hate the management. There's just, and it's not really management, it's just like, even if you're the older member of the community, you're higher up. So I was like, okay, when I'm working on Conscious Kitchen, I'm not going to make these mistakes. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do this with in equal structure, nothing like that. And sometimes people would even come up and they would talk to me behind my back and say, like, oh, he's the low-key boss of Conscious Kitchen. And I was like, low-key, that's good, you know, that's what I want to keep it. But over time, I started to see that, and also like my examples of seeing other organizations, I started to see that no matter how good, like even though I had set it up like that, and I'm sure other people had also set up their initiatives the way they did, but the power struggles come up because these are like, the structure isn't really like a structure like this, like the chair or the wall. The structure is more like a river. It's always flowing. It's a pattern, and the pattern seems constant. So you're like, okay, it's a constant structure, but it's not. It's actually always flowing and dynamic. And every time someone, even if you look at it, it changes. You know. So even if you're part of it, you share your mindset. You know, and people communicate in such subtle ways. Like you can just look at someone and you can have this communication. And these things, they happen without our conscious mind interacting with it, and our subconscious mind sometimes plays way more of a part in what we perceive. So eventually, people who came in with already a hierarchy in their minds, they would come in and they would just, they would fit it into their minds. Like they have a map and they would project that map onto what they saw, and so then the hierarchy was formed. And then I realized I had this big conflict with someone earlier this year, and he basically accused me of trying to hold power. And I told him, I've been trying to let go of power ever since I arrived. I never wanted to be in power in the first place. But I think that really taught me a lot, that I was like, at some point I realized like there's nothing I can do, there's no system I can set up that will take away this problem. And I think my only solution was that slowly we will start letting go of hierarchical models. The more we create societies like this, the more we make these mistakes, the more societies break down because of this, I think then people can learn, and the only way we will learn is through experience. And once there are enough of us who are more on the side of self-organization, less on the side of hierarchy, then there'll be a tipping point.
Okay, thank you.
Can I reply to it?
Yeah.
Because I really agree that this power thing is always there, and with any community, it's really, really difficult to handle. I do think that from a Dutch perspective, we have a really positive start position, because a lot of cultures are much more driven with one person on top and who this should be and stuff like this. What to me really helps in power stuff is if there's a real function or something that has to be done, make sure that it's redundant so more people can do it. Invest in that a lot, which is really, really difficult because it's always lost time at the moment that you do it, but it's really important for a community. And the second thing is, don't make that much rules, but make stories. Tell why you're so motivated, what happened, tell the history of this stuff, because that makes it people understand not what the rule is, but why we're doing something, and that there can be perfectly another rule that applies to this situation as well, but the story is leading, and that comes a lot to playful thinking and thinking like that. So that's the experience I have in trying to to do this. And then still, it's like when things has to be done, it's always a hassle, and it's much easier to just say, okay, we have to put those 3 tables there, and then it's gone.
Okay, I'll let us go just 5 minutes over as we wait for Yannick to come and explain the menu. So as we do so...
He is going to explain it just before eating, because it's still somewhat of a surprise what exactly the menu will be.
Ah, okay.
And they're very busy at the moment.
That's great. Okay, so then maybe one last question from Maria, unless other people have that they're desperate to ask.
I want to ask a 10-second question.
Yes, okay, so, yeah.
Basically, it's value driven. So a doctor wants to do this because they want to be part of a community, and that way they can also accept that they will do this for an hour. It becomes a problem when you're going to a tax office and stuff like this, but we're always welcoming the tax office people to discuss this with us, and every 5 years we try to engage with them, because then they really have to get into this value thing of, is a doctor's hour worth more or not? Because in our system, it's not. It might be more value of you, but that's the reason why you want to share an hour with him or her. And the other way around, this doctor needs a babysitter. Is that more valuable or not? That is something that's from a Euro perspective that we have grown in, but you would never in your family say, listen, I have to be paid for this. So we do have these other value systems in there. You have friends that you'd love to do something, and you'd feel offended if they would want to have some money or hours or whatever for it. So we have all these value systems in ours, but so it's not automatically true that a doctor or a whatever you said. It is that we don't have doctor as far as I know, but we do have like notary office, and we do have, but what I forgot to tell is that we have like you can only do this hour. So if you want a table, you need to either provide metal or wood or whatever. You can only buy the time. You cannot buy a table. You have to pay euros for that or provide it in a different way. But we do have a really big variety. It's more difficult if some like service is very wanted in the society. They get over asked for it, so they have to level down, because otherwise they cannot. They get this 100 hour system in there. So we need much more diversity in that sense. But it is really, really totally different things. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Just to have an idea of the scale, how many hours are being traded a week, for example, each week or each month?
It's difficult at this moment because we're in a process with Lekker Nassen, which is also an initiative here with food locally that's being brought from farmers in the province. And we are also having like all the time that's used to get the stuff here and to distribute it and stuff is also used with Time Bank. But it would be somewhere between 100 to 200 hours a week at this moment. And it has bigger stuff, not that much smaller, but that would be the scale, sort of.
7 minutes. Dinner's at 7, everyone. Yeah, I was thinking the same myself. Thomas, let's this be the last question.
He was.
Oh, Marijn. Thomas and Marijn, yeah. And then no more questions.
No, right now the tax system is that if you are below a number of euros a year in values in the euro system, you don't have to pay taxes anyway. And everyone is under that limit. But we want to avoid that there will be a limit where we cannot go further than that. And then there is all kinds of different ways that you can think of this. Like we can just take 5 minutes out of each hour, but then the city or the government has to accept those minutes, and then they have to like make it a national coin as well. So for them that's a really difficult thing. The other way is we could see ourselves as a multinational, and they have tax rules that say that every multinational part can just have profits and losses and stuff, and you just take everything in there. And because we don't have a debt, there's never, according to their system, any value created. We only put ours in there that we give to the community. So there's all kinds of ways that we could have a tax system in positive and negative ways. We want it to be recognized, and we want it especially not to be to have the law against us when we become bigger.
Thank you, and Moran.
What is your opinion on technological innovation in agriculture? Do you think, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
I think I've explored a little bit of hydroponics and urban agriculture, and I think it is definitely a nice route to take because it creates this environment where you have food available locally. So definitely the transport and the greenhouse gases, and also you can kind of, I wouldn't say control the process, but you can manage the process yourself, or you have a community of people who are growing hydroponically or something like that. You still have a level of purity. Can you say that? Organicness? I don't know. But you still have something like that you can at least enjoy in that sense. But I think that also depends very much on how well we understand how food grows. And now I think people are they are starting, I think in the last 10, 15 years, since the whole Monsanto thing happened, that they're starting to understand more about how food actually should be grown and has been grown in the past. There are people who are rescuing like old varieties of corn and rice and stuff like that, which is amazing. So I think eventually technological innovations has made our life easier, but it really depends on how we use them. And yeah, the one quote that I remember, I think comes to mind is like, when the right means are used by the wrong person, the right means work in the wrong way. So I think in that sense, we just have to wait and see.
Okay. I think you can react privately. Thanks. But with that, I want to thank one more time all of our speakers. So thank you very much for, as I said at the beginning of today, putting your good faith in us and showing up, and thanks everybody else for your wonderful questions. And now to Fernando for an announcement.
Yes, so you may want to ask me. You will get 4 points from me to have free drinks at the bar, which is now open. We were going to have cheese, but the caterer has taken all of that to Leiden, so